Hello and welcome one and all from wherever on this blue marble you might be joining us to continuing coverage of the 2021 World Series of Poker Europe. Today we bring you the Event 3 final table. It's the 1,350 euro mini main event from the King's Resort in Rozvadov, Czech Republic, where we find two massive chip stacks in the Italian Ciro Perna and the Romanian Marius Giacovanu. Then a big drop down to the rest of the field with a tight cluster between 5th and 9th place. Jumping off the page, you might recognize Jack Sinclair, the 2018 World Series of Poker Europe main event winner, and of course Vivian Saliba, an accomplished Brazilian tournament pro. Ali Najad, pleased to be with you, and alongside me is 5-time World Series of Poker bracelet winner Brian Rast as we step inside the arena. The blinds will be at 300 and 600,000 with a 600K big blind ante. There is Sinclair taking his seat alongside the rest of the field.
GM Ollie, GM viewers at home. Good GM is good morning for those who don't know, common term in the crypto streets.
See, I would have thought that GM stands for good mining since we're talking about crypto.
Yeah, No,
just morning.
not good mind, just good morning. Just really more than anything, it's just like a greeting.
A salutation of sorts?
Yes.
To those who trade in the digital realm.
Showing your willingness to be friendly. Wish a positive day, positive vibes, perhaps even positive mining. You might be onto something with that.
Oh, positively swaggy looking was Emile Bisset there. As
yes,
first hand is
sir.
dealt out. This man, look at here. I mean,
He's got the hat, the leather hat.
Quilted.
Yes.
Don't sleep on that. And what looks to be Versace-esque lining on the collar pop there. Flavor. Fold it around. 10-8 suited here for Oven.
This guy's dressed to the nines.
There is Perna. And somewhat predictable. He begins to apply the pressure early with an open to 1.3 million. The blinds are at 300, 600,000 with a 600K big blind ante. Jack 10 offsuit starts the party. And oftentimes when we look up at the chip distribution, Brian, we have this wildly short stack of Pablo Finini. The chip leader can really exploit that landscape and the desire for everybody to realize pay jumps and exercise some ICM discipline, and so they come with the pressure early and often until things kind of settle out.
Sure, and I think in this situation, with all of these stacks off like 7 million, or it's about 11 to 15 blinds, they're going to play tight, waiting for Pablo to go out because it's an instant pay jump there. That said, Jack 10 off in what looked like the hijack is actually kind of a fine open. I don't think it proves that he's exploiting. I think if you saw him open something like Jack 7 off, now you'd be like, okay, this guy is applying some ICM pressure. But I mean, this was a pretty standard hand, really. Jack 10 offsuit, especially for a chip leader. I don't think we would have seen one of these short stacks open Jack 10 off.
Right.
But it's a fine open from the position he opened it from. Nothing too crazy, and the defend by the big blind with ace 6 off. I mean, all in all, a pretty standard hand, especially given that flop.
Perna has 2,700 in total live tournament earnings, so obviously he is going to better that figure considerably.
Yeah, quite the range of players when you look at them. There's some people who have really almost no live earnings, and Jack Sinclair appears to be the most accomplished professional with over 4 million in lifetime earnings. So, given the amount of money these guys are playing for some of them, it'll represent, quite a few of them will represent, at least if they won, it would more than double the amount of money they've won in live poker tournaments.
Always nice when you can say that, and always nice when you can look down at 2 sevens if you're the short stack and decide to draw the line in the sand with that sort of holding, as opposed to having the decision sort of made for you as you get into the big blind and commit most of your chips to an ante and a big.
So Perna with a very unconventional play here, limping in what seems like relatively early position with 6-4 suited. And yeah, the short stack finding a pretty good hand behind where actually is not one of the hands Perna is going to want to see.
No, he's got 2 undercards, does Perna, to the 2 black sevens, but there's going to be a side pot brewing between he and the big blind of Bisset. Oh my goodness.
Oh, wow.
It is 2 overs and an open ender for Bisset in the dry side pot against the flush draw and a pair for Perna. Really hazardous situation here for Finini, whose tournament life is at risk.
This is one of those times where it's nice to be all in, because if he wasn't all in, he is never winning this pot. He's, you know, it's bet call. He's probably just folding to that action. But because he's all in, he actually has surprisingly almost 29% equity, which, as you can see, like this blank, his equity is probably going to raise considerably, and he might actually end up winning this pot.
And both of the other players engaged in the side pot checked the flop and checked the turn, despite having fairly good holdings, obviously hoping to end up beating Finini, who is ecstatic to see that these 2 sevens actually managed to hold on. He would have thought a 7 on the turn would be his favorite card in the deck, but of course that would have given Bisset the straight. So a nice triple up and then some for the Swissman. 10 bigs now, a little breathing room for him as he elevates into the range of Saliba, Van Brug, and Sinclair, as well as Omid Novin in the 1 seat. But bad news, no sooner does he triple and the blinds go up to 400, 800,000 with an 800K ante. So each orbit costing these players $2 million in chips.
I mean, so now really 5 of the players are extremely close in chips with under 10 blinds, and Alessandro is a 6th player who has a little bit more than them, but will have slightly more than 10 blinds. So there's, you know, 6 players at this table now who are quite short, but all in very similar ranges, which creates an interesting ICM situation where, you know, even though they're short enough that they'd be somewhat compelled to try to win some chips, at the same time, by just folding and having 1 or 2 of them go out, they slide up, you know, somewhat considerable pay jumps at this point.
Yeah, the jump between 9th and 8th is about 6,000 euros, and then from 8th to 7th, we're looking at another 8,000 roughly, total of 14 plus from 9th to 7th. So that tight cluster is going to make things pretty interesting as we move forward here. Giacovanu has opened to 1.7 million.
Yeah, I expect Picchieri to let this go.
Not for you, but for me it's nice.
This is a spot where, well,
looks like he wants to defend, Brian, and doesn't seem like
he let it go.
Oh, he did let it go. Okay.
Yeah, I mean, it's a very tempting spot to defend, but I think this is one of those situations where with the ICM pressure, it just doesn't make a lot of sense to defend a holding that weak and end up, you know, if you flop a pair, you might end up getting all in, and now you're the next one out.
And like we talked about, those pay jumps are oh so real. If we were to take these 4 middling stacks and kind of sift through, once we get up to 5 players left, you're talking about 65,000 euros versus the 21,000 on tap. So very real money to be earned as we see Sinclair in the hijack with the suited baby ace.
So he probably shoves this. I think Sinclair, I mean, this is a very clear shove off of 9 blinds for chip value. And my guess is, okay, so he's going with
4.5 million.
Oh,
this
essentially a shove.
Essentially a shove, but walk us through the logic behind choosing to just put 4.5 million in instead of the full stack. Is it similar to when people leave 1 or 2 chips behind in case of disaster behind you and you're able to still escape?
You know, I think what he's thinking, if, you know, potentially 1 or even 2 of the short stacks behind him go all in, along with someone who covers them, and clearly there's some very big hands between that kind of action. you know, maybe potentially he would end up folding and saving that last 2 million in a situation where possibly 2 people could go out in the hand. You know, I think at some point when you put in enough of your remaining chips, it ends up becoming like, are you ever actually really folding in that spot or not?
Right.
Right.
Because he put a commitment of sorts.
So, you know, people do that, and I haven't actually, you know, I haven't done as much commentating as you, but I haven't actually seen a spot where someone did that with like 70% of their chips and then ended up folding.
Yeah, I still have yet to see it.
That's the idea.
Eventually, it should happen, right?
Yeah, you know, one of these times, like if enough, you know, monkeys are on typewriters, sooner or later you get the works of Shakespeare.
Rolf van Brug has moved all in with the ace-queen offsuit for 7.4 million. The Dutchman has 123,000 in career tournament earnings, so obviously a little bit of a resume on him. And no takers.
Quite the pickup for the short stacks. The 2 million chips in the pot. For a lot of these guys, that's a 25% type gain to their stack. And obviously being able to pay for, you know, if you only have 3 or 4 orbits, being able to pay for potentially another orbit, quite big.
Sweet relief every time you can pick up 9 hands worth of blinds and ante money.
Feels like a little bit of Hollywood on that 7-4 suited under the gun for the 10 big blind stack, but you know, everybody's entitled to a little gamesmanship from time to time.
It wasn't too egregious, but I hear what you're saying. Was there ever a consideration? Let's get out of there.
Okay, small blind. He is certainly jamming this, yes, versus a short stack, and this is a tough decision here for Saliba, because this is a hand where, you know, theoretically, Queen 8 off is a call for what appears to be about 8 bigs, right? And, you know, 1 big is already in there. But with ICM considerations, she probably, she folded it. And I believe, actually, that is the correct decision. I would do the same thing if I was making a decision for ICM purposes. You know, because I think the risk of her, I mean, now that she just paid the big blind, she has a whole round on her 7 big blinds to see a hand and maybe pick up chips, and can probably find a slightly better spot than that. And I think the independent chip model would like her fold.
King Queen under the gun for Finini, and he's going to rip it all in there.
It's a lot of hands to fade, so even though his hand's pretty strong, it's always a little, at a 9-handed table, a little worrisome sometimes going all in through 8 players behind you trying to fade a big hand. But Finini found it. He found just 8 hands of garbage behind him and picked up the blinds.
It's that big ace-king, ace-queen that you really are looking to avoid. Even an ace with an undercard to the king-queen, you're still in decent shape.
Yeah.
So it's that domination that you're concerned about, but obviously leveraging the remains of his stack to create some fold equity is favorable. He picks up some sweet gaming tokens needed to get through this next orbit. Mentioned Giovanni already made a final table here at this year's World Series of Poker Europe. It was an 8th place finish in the opener, event number 1, the €350 buy-in. Obviously, he's having himself a nice little series early on here. Now it's the hard 8, pocket 4s for Picchieri.
Looks like he's
just took a pass.
Yeah, and the low jack, 6 max under the gun. I think it's very reasonable. I think 4s would be, I mean, it definitely would be a jam, but I think with ICM considerations, again, he was looking at some shorter stacks and wanting to try to just slide up, hoping, for example, this ace 4 goes all in and runs into a hand, which is happening right now. I don't expect Saliba to pass ace-jack suited here.
Nor do I, and I think Vivian understands that this may be her moment.
You know, the other thing is she actually covers the other player. So, you know, if she busts him with a hand that figures to be a favorite against his range, although probably a small favorite, you know, she moves up. And even if she doesn't, she has a short number of hands to maybe fade elimination when another player does. So, you know, I think even though she's, again, motivated to not put her chips in the pot, I think this hand she'll end up deciding is probably a little bit too strong, and she does cover the other player and go with it. But it's not an easy decision.
And of course, she is working through all of those considerations right now before making up her mind. And in it goes eventually. Novin has got himself a customer.
From Brazil.
Brazil.
Também eu falo português. My wife is from Brazil. We just had our 10-year wedding anniversary.
Wow, has it been that long?
It's been that long.
Congratulations, my friend. It's one of the few countries I have yet to visit.
It's a beautiful country.
Very much need to get down there, yeah. Maybe once the pandemic begins to subside, which doesn't seem like today is the day that's going to be happening, as news of a new variant is surfaced. We'll make our way down there. I know the country struggled a little bit with it. The struggle right now, though, belongs to Ovin with an ace which is dominated against Saliba. All smiles for Vivian for the time being. And two of those fours that Ovin would be hunting right now are already in the muck. But some opportunities surface on the paired flop.
Given the difficulty of hitting a 4 with the 4s being folded, this is actually quite a good flop. Since now he has a much better chance of chopping, which was kind of his #1 out with two of 3 4s being gone.
On the turn, will bring things into focus further, and the deuce of diamonds is actually a pretty bad card for him now as Saliba picks up the nut flush draw, and you can see Ovin in somewhat dire straits here.
Needs a deuce, 7, or queen. All. Oh no. Yep. I'll give. No, the queen doesn't give a chop actually. Just the deuce or 7, right?
No, the queens and 7s with an ace, right?
Oh yeah, you're right. You're right.
Oh my goodness, it's there, but it's the nut flush. You see him fist pumping, but he's not realizing that it's showers. Small oversight for the German as Saliba gives a sympathetic grin.
Lots of oversights being made. He made an oversight. I made an oversight. But it's a good thing we have you in the booth, Ali, to set everybody straight.
Said no one ever. 9th place finish for the German, who actually made it to the final 2 tables of the PLO event number 4, the 2,000 euro, before finishing in 15th place. So another cash for him. That'll help with the buy-ins, and everybody enjoying a pay jump of roughly 6,000 euros as 27,000 and change is now on tap to our remaining 8. Almost 1,400 players entered this event. That is a tremendous draw, especially considering some of the restrictions out there in the Czech Republic, some lack of freedom of movement with regard to international travel, some advisories, and people still making their way out to the resort. Love to see the participation and enthusiasm for the game in the face of the adversity.
I think after passing 4s, yeah, he's going to pass King 8 off. And, okay, so this was a spot where Perna could, okay, he is. He is applying ICM pressure here. And I actually quite like his play. I believe he's moving all in. He has only short stacks behind him.
Right. He's really not in for 45. It's effective.
You're probably something like 10 million, which is what Vivian has, or 12, but all the others have 5 or so. And I think it's just a fine hand to do it. I just approve of his play. And, you know, like someone folded an ace behind him. It's a spot where you're going to get some folds, and you want to pick up that 2 million in the pot with really only not risking too many, considering how short the other players are.
Yeah, chip leader, the Italian, Ciro Perna, showing some real aptitude as he navigates the responsibility of being the boss stack. Oftentimes we see some hasty approaches, some presumptive approaches that create some implosions.
So now you won't see an all-in because the guy who's second in chips, Marius, he's in the big blind. So now Perna's not going to be able to just move all in, because if Marius were to have a big hand, he would get snapped off for most of his chips. So now he's going to do a more traditional raise.
1.7 million gets her the ace of Saliba. And Van Brug obviously not interested in King Deuce. Same story for the Swiss and British players behind him. Now a little bit of a spot here for Giacomo. You mentioned he is the second biggest stack at the table.
Yeah, so, I mean, he's definitely going to play this hand. I think calling here is I would say the more standard play, given Perna's the one guy who can bust him, and maybe you're going to play this a little more conservatively. There are some players who in this spot would perhaps consider, if Perna's raising wider, 3-betting, but I would call that pretty non-standard. And we have an interesting flop here. We're both flop gutters. Marius Giacovanu's hand is considerably stronger here with ace high versus king high, as well as the ace of clubs on a 2-club board. That said, he's out of position, and while he will probably call 1-bet, it's definitely possible on total blank turn cards he would fold to a second barrel, although that's probably not the second barrel he's folding to, since his hand now improves to a double gut shot straight draw along with the nut club draw. So
just look at the equity he has versus this king 9 here.
So he's possibly thinking about turning his hand into a bluff. He does not know that he actually has the best hand, and has a lot of reason to think why he might not. So
a semi-bluff would be a fair way to describe it, given all the outs that he has.
But in other words, leading this card, which is very reasonable. This type of play, targeting, getting his opponent to fold, definitely any one pair hands worse than a jack. It depends on his bet sizing. I'd say betting looks like well under half pot. So to me, betting this small here as a lead is targeting a pair of 8s or worse, or definitely a hand like king high. I feel like for a bet that small, it'd be hard to get Perna off of a top pair, and even potentially a pair of jacks, depending on what the kicker was, and would be somewhat motivated to maybe look him up in position.
Nicely done by the Romanian, who was the chip leader after day 1B concluded. Perna was the chip leader at the end of day 2.
Oh, wow. So he's kind of coast-to-coasting this bad boy.
Alessandro Picchieri, the Italian, lays it down. Van Brug quickly beginning to accumulate sort of a number of seconds that we're going to invoice him for our lives back in a few spots here. Finini not in the same boat. Understands exactly what to do with this Jack 10 suited.
So you can see it actually got through an ace 4 suited on the button, which is some of the power at this point with these short stacks of being the first in. I do not think it's going to get through king 10 suited in the small blind here with someone having as many chips. It looks like what this is about seven blinds.
Yep. 5.7 is just north of 7 bigs, and Giacomo has more than enough to make the call here from the small. Isn't going to be all too concerned about Bise behind him, but ends up passing in what would have been a very good spot. Are you surprised to see the king 10 suited hit the muck?
a little surprised. I mean, I think he's definitely concerned that the shoving range, I mean, versus any normal 7 big blind all-in situation, I mean, King 10 suited, giving that kind of price from the pot, the 7 blinds plus the 2.5 blinds that are already out there, 9.5, and you have to put in 6.5, you kind of really only need something like 36%, 37% equity for chip EV to make it a plus EV call. You know, he might be concerned that his opponent's range is a little tighter, and I'm sure it is. That said, I believe that pass was probably a little bit too tight given the situation. Maybe if the player in the big blind also had 30 million and now you're worried about straining those chips in and getting reshoved, it might
More
make
explicable.
it a little closer. But I think when the player in the big blind is shorter and you can kind of just move all in, and they'll fold huge there because now they have a ton of ICM pressure. I would have taken the spot, but it's not. I would say this, it's not unreasonable that he folded. I would say it was probably slightly losing play, I would expect. And clearly in that spot it was losing because he had the other player dominated, but he of course doesn't know that.
Yeah, losing play being the fold as opposed to the call in terms of EV, expected value, term often thrown around along with ICM, with this, which is the abbreviation for independent chip model. References the real world value of your chips at any given stage of a tournament given the payouts. As we see Jack Sinclair speaking up with the ace-8 suited and taking one down. And I sense that we're going to see quite a bit of this for the time being. Table sort of wound tight courtesy of that cluster of smaller stacks, which are in that 10-ish big blind range and need to draw themselves into focus a little bit further.
Yeah, so for the people at home, if you're not aware of what independent chip model means, without delving too deeply into the mathematics of it, really the idea is this: in a tournament, one person does end up winning the tournament and winning all of the chips, but that person doesn't get all of the money. So as you go up, you win increasingly larger payouts, and so your stack is worth something simply by being alive, because if you have chips, even a small amount, other people can go out and you move up even though the amount of chips isn't. So really ICM kind of describes how as you have more and more chips in the tournament, each additional chip you were to win or lose at the stack that you're at is worth less. So take Perna, who has whatever 40 million odd chips. You know, each million chips that he wins or loses at his stack is worth considerably less than one of Van Brug here, who has 7.5 million. A million chips more or less for him is worth a lot more,
right?
Which is a somewhat counterintuitive concept, I believe, if you're not familiar with it. But that's really kind of what ICM, or independent chip model, describes. And there's different situations of different levels of ICM. Sometimes the ICM effects can be very extreme, and sometimes they can be very small to non-existent. It just depends on a lot of factors, such as the various chip stacks and the payout jumps and all of this.
And we see our first participation from the other Swiss player here at the final table, Emile Bisset, making it 2.2 million, and Saliba in the big with a suited connector off of 10.3 did not hesitate to put her hand into the muck. She would have been dominated, but a lot of times I think people would assume that's enough hand to defend.
You know, I think her thought process probably went like this. He chose a nearly 3x raise size, which is quite big in this situation when people have 10 big blind stacks, right? And so asking for that almost additional big blind probably made the difference between her defending and not defending in that spot.
Sure.
So it was an interesting, very non-kind of standard raise size decision by him, and it ended up winning the blind when she probably would have defended for a min raise.
All of that nuance not lost on the professional 888 ambassador, Vivian Saliba. And Emile now finds himself third in chips, sub 20 bigs, but obviously if he is willing to get in there with all of those smaller stacks behind him, we do need to presume that there's some hand contained within.
So again, we can see when he has only short stacks behind him, at least with all these suited connected hands, he's moving all in. I expect, even though Saliba probably thinks she's slightly ahead, she'll fold this, yes, for ICM considerations. You can see the power there of welding a big stack and asking for all the chips, which so far I've liked his decisions with regard to that.
Yeah. Perna seems to be very comfortable sitting on the throne for the time being.
Yeah, for a guy with $2,700 in total live tournament earnings, he seems to have a decent grasp of how to weld a big stack.
Yeah.
And not afraid to do so. So, very cool.
Neatly deposited into the muck there by Alessandro. The 10-4
So
suited.
actually, I believe this is another spot where applying kind of max pressure would shove the King 7 off. I actually think it's probably a plus EV play for the exact same kind of reason. I know, I think that's maybe a spot where you can start to see a little bit of his maybe lack of experience. I know the 7-5 suited looks like a much better hand, and it probably plays slightly better in a sense when you're called by one of these short stacks who will have tight holdings.
It doesn't rate to interfere with whatever it is that they're calling, where the king could very well.
Yeah, you get called by king, queen, or whatever. That said, the king is a significant blocker, and again, for almost the same reason that either way, you don't really want to get called with the king 7 or the 7-5 suited, but you're kind of making the play just to pick up chips. I would jam his hand, but now.
What would you do with 2 black aces, Brian? Sitting on 6.2. Let me guess.
I think here someone might be tempted to just min raise, but I kind of feel like when you're looking at 7 or 8 blinds, sort of the only play is to go all in, and I would probably just do that, or the similar play where you make it 4 million if you want to pretend like you're going to fold for the last 2 with whatever you're raising. But what I wouldn't do here is do something different that I wouldn't do with like ace queen or ace jack.
Yeah, I think sort of alarm bells begin to go off if off of this depth you do anything other than move all in.
I agree.
It seems as though you're clearly committed, and yet that's what we see Picchieri doing. He makes it 3 million. He's already put in.
So again, but this
his
isn't a
stack.
min raise, so he's doing the thing where he's simulating the raise where you could fold, and maybe he would do this with, say, ace-8 suited, and if it went all in behind him, he folds the ace-8. But he's obviously not folding aces.
Look at the spot that he has Sinclair in now. Off of 7.8, Sinclair in the big. There's the ante out there as well, and really uncomfortable spot for him with the king-jack suited.
So, this is a spot where we see if Sinclair cares about ICM. If he doesn't care about ICM, this is probably a somewhat close chip spot. I think with ICM considerations, it's probably a fold. The reason being, the player who made the raise is, I believe he was almost under the gun, 9-handed, right? Or is it do we have 9 or 8? Has anyone busted yet?
Yes, we did
so we
lose,
have 8. So, this player was first or second to go. And even though if there were no ICM considerations, king-jack suited against a 6 big blind shove would be a play there against the guy who I believe hasn't played a hand yet in 10 hands or 15 hands or whatever it's been, and is under the gun with ICM considerations, it kind of moves this to being close or maybe a fold. Now, that said, if he doesn't really care about ICM, and he's probably the player least likely to care about ICM here with well over 4 million, maybe he's going to try to take some spots to gamble and win some chips and win the bracelet, then he might take this. So it's He's got a lot weighing on him.
And the 4 million that Rast is referring to is his lifetime earnings.
I mean, he could view this as a decent spot to gamble, try to double up, and if he can get some chips going, he can then take advantage of the ICM pressure other people at the table are feeling. So it is a spot where he could be very tempted. Now, as we can see, it's not very likely to work out for him because his opponent has aces. But you know, he could be thinking, you know, my opponent could have pairs as low as 6s or 7s. Does my opponent have a hand like Queen Jack suited or King 10 suited, or even, you know, Ace 10 off, which I'm doing fine against? I mean, King Jack suited is a fairly strong hand, so.
But we know that Picchieri's range is very likely to be narrow, and his desire to just put in the 3 million.
But this is another, see, this is also another spot when you're Sinclair. It's tough because, you know, Sinclair's obviously a pretty well accomplished pro. He probably has a pretty good idea of sub 10 big blind shoving ranges. But when you're in a tournament like this and you're playing against Alessandro Picchieri, who maybe he's did a little research before and knows the guy has 24,000 in total live tournament earnings, you know, you kind of wonder, does my opponent know what he should be shoving or not shoving off of 6 big blinds in the spot? And if he is not going to use the GTO range, will he be too tight or too loose? And it makes a difference for that spot.
Sinclair avoids disaster, potentially, with King Jack suited. But you could see he was really in the blender there about the whole deal.
I like his fold. I kind of feel like, you know, had his opponent been off of that 7 blinds or whatever and shoving from, say, the cutoff, where it's going to be wider.
Yeah, different
probably
proposition.
Go with the King Jack. But when my opponent's under the gun 8-handed there, I probably like the tight fold for ICM reasons.
It was under the gun +2, but nevertheless early enough to where we begin to respect it. And did this man turn his hand in or not?
I believe it's even the same 2 black aces.
I'm no bookmaker, but I think that was the longest of all shots on the board there. Back-to-back, exact same 2 aces.
So now he has 10 blinds, and I think it's a little more reasonable to go for a min raise here, which he basically does. And ooh,
Perna with 2 black 8s behind the open. Should he be looking to isolate with a 3-bet, or does respect need to be maintained for Picchieri's willingness to raise up front off of his depth?
I think here when someone's raising 10 blinds, min raise, they are basically saying some hands I'm going to go with and some hands I'm going to fold, versus the hands that fold, which could be like Ace 10 off, King Jack off, stuff like that. You actually, there's quite a bit of value in 3-betting. It also isolates, it puts, you're going to bump out some hands that are pretty good behind you.
Yes, Sinclair folds the small with the 2 black 7s with 0 hesitation, and a very dreamy development for Picchieri. And we'll see whether or not he bothers to get cute here by flatting and hoping that Perna will lean on him post flop, or if he looks to get it all in here. As we can see, it may not matter. And I anticipate Perna is going to call, which he indeed does, and gets the bad news in a very meaningful 18.4 million chip pot here.
Yeah, a pretty tough spot for Perna. I think it's a pretty standard re-raise by him. I mean, you could make a decision if you thought for whatever reason my opponent was going to have a very tight opening range, maybe not have so many raise folds. You could pass the 8s. And I think it's one of those spots where it's just really hard to know how your opponent's going to play. And I don't fault him for what he did, although he's obviously staring down the bad news right now.
Alessandro retreats to his rail. We're all anti-sweating a snowman here. The two Italians squaring off, and the King 4 tray board is of very little concern to Picchieri. %92 from this point forward to hold on. Return is a 5, and the equity ticks up even further.
I mean, when you're actually here staring at it, it feels like you've already lost or already won. And this is one of those very charged rivers if the red 8 rolls off emotionally for everyone involved at the table.
Obviously, the remainder of the table is hoping that that 8 shows up so that they can realize a pay jump. Instead, it's a jack, and
there's the only man happy to see the jack at the table.
Alessandro's rail also ecstatic. And he will vault into 3rd place in chips as Perna delivers the payoff and doesn't appear at all amused.
Yeah, kind of difficult spot in a way for him. Definitely one of those things where, you know, maybe if the exact same spot happens, but for whatever reason that player hadn't played a single hand, does he play it the same way? Whereas he just 3-bet a player who had just moved all in the previous hand and thinks, okay, maybe this guy's opening a little wider here.
Yeah, a little gear
you never
change.
know. So I definitely a spot you can't fault him for making the play regardless, but one of those things where if you decided my opponent was really tight, could pass the 8s, although I think it's somewhat standard not to.
Ace is black, 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 black. I had ace is black.
Back to back.
Your hand.
Last time.
Really?
Yes.
Yes, black against black.
When I saw aces
Same hand. What did you have?
Well, Sinclair getting let off the hook there. I'll be very relieved to hear that Picchieri had the black aces when he was tanking in the big. And you don't want to put any tailwinds on Jack Sinclair, by the way. Don't well him up with confidence. The guy doesn't need any help. But when he knows that he's playing well.
So maybe Van Brug
Whoa.
was considering some of these other hands.
Yeah, if he's willing to go with the 10-8 and the hijack. This is ill-advised, Brian?
Yeah, I think this is, I mean, 10-8 off for 7 bigs is not a shove without ICM.
Oh, my goodness.
And
He's
with
run
ICM,
into
it's
9s.
definitely a fold.
And the 9s, which have moved all in over the top of him, have in turn run into kings. And
he can't even contain his smile into his, as he sees what's developed. Yeah, no, this is not an all-in even without ICM considerations, and with it, it just makes the 10-8 off, just makes it even more of a losing play in my opinion, and Finini has a pretty clear get in behind him with the 9s, and now Sinclair is, you know, I mean, there's ICM considerations, but here this is a spot to potentially triple up, and kings is just too big of a hand, so, you know, he's got to be pretty happy about this development, even though it puts him at risk.
And once Sinclair moves in, Finini knows that his hand is potentially in trouble.
Oh, yeah. Finini cannot be happy there. Because even though the stacks are relatively short, Sinclair's going to be pretty tight. I would almost think Sinclair folds 8s. So, you know, kind of like his range is sort of ace-king and 10s plus. It's quite a bad range for Finini all in all. I mean, it's not even clear if Sinclair maybe plays ace-queen suited. He's going to be quite tight there between an all-in and a call, even though the positions are somewhat late. But just with ICM, and he can fold and move up a pay jump.
Queen 9 suited was a bit of temptation for some reason for Picchieri, but
well, bad news, one more 9 out the deck. Finini's in bad shape, and even Van Brug almost can't make a straight. Kings is just going to be an even bigger favorite than it looks based on those percentages because of the card removal.
Yeah, and we've got another 18 million plus chip pot on our hands here. The only good news for Finini is that he will have a few chips left as he slightly covers Sinclair. Regardless of outcome, the side will be between Sinclair and Finini, and then Van Brug plays for the whole thing, or the main rather.
Yeah, so Finini gets this pay jump to 7th as long as, even if Sinclair wins the pot, which is very likely, he will at least and most likely come in 7th.
Oh my God. 2 10s and a jack roll right off, and you can tell Van Brug's rail is loving it, and not at all entertained are these two men. Wildly improbable. I suspect everybody thinks a queen on the turn is the appropriate sweat. Instead, it's the 4.
I mean, well, you know, when you know that you're flopping trips, I guess moving all in with 10 offsuit is the right play.
Unbelievable here as Van Brug is looking like he is going to triple. Even he can't believe it. Just needs to fade a 9 or a king, and he's done it. 10's full on the river. Listen, I don't speak Dutch, but I know what that means.
I don't understand it. I don't understand it. Oh, fuck. Oh.
He thought he was on his bicycle, and now he's tripled up, more than tripled up. He can't even believe his good luck. Neither can we. But you know what? God bless him. It's
listen. It's all tulips in his world right now.
But not for these guys. Sinclair here.
Oh, he's got to be disgusted.
High level of annoyed.
Yeah. Obviously, he wins the side, but still comes up net negative.
I'm a fish, I know.
But I don't believe it.
And Van Brug just a click behind Picchieri as you hear him say, I'm a fish, I know it. Sort of embracing the moment. And now we have a weird 1-2 cluster, and then the 3-4 cluster, and then the drop off to the remainder as the blinds merciless. Up to 501 million now. 2.5 million per orbit. Every 8 hands, so we're investing over 300,000 per hand on average here.
You know, I would guess that's even though it didn't end up busting a player, I would guess some of the players are sort of okay with this outcome because basically, you know, you instead of Jack Sinclair, who's the most accomplished pro at the table, tripling to a healthy chip stack, you essentially have a player who only has 100,000 in live tournament earnings, did just move all in with 10-8 offsuit,
yeah,
who now has quite a few chips.
Well, the 10-9 offsuit, not interested after Perna opens to 2 million. It is a min raise at the new blind level. Under the gun, the ace-10 suited, and Finini with his vapors manages to find himself 2 nickels, and in goes the 300,000. Inconsequential with respect to Chikovanu's decision-making, this Jack-8 suited.
Yeah, he'll defend this here at the new blind level with it just being a min raise. I think this, oh no, sorry, he's on the dealer button. He's not the big blind.
No.
Okay.
And he's up against the chip leader as well, who he's not looking to get involved in pots with, obviously.
Yeah, even though there's a player all in, it's for such a small amount that the side pot will be way, way bigger. So actually, I think that's a very standard fold on the button. I'd misread and thought he was in the big blind, which I think he would defend that in the big blind for just a min raise. And now 7-5 offsuit. I know Picchieri is considering this, but we'll see what he comes out of the tank with. I know it's not for very much, but I do kind of like a fold here. Let this one go. I feel it's like a little too weak against the chip leader, and yeah, I think he comes to the same conclusion.
So Finini will spin the wheel of fate against Perna
No, niente. 5-7.
has a small edge heading to the flop. And the Swissman's fate hangs in the balance. It's going to take more than just this double for him to climb back into contention after those 2 9s fell to both the kings and, of course, the 10-8.
Yeah, this is definitely a pot. The whole table is just hoping for the ace, and everybody moves up the pay jump, and oh, there it is in the window.
Yeah, ace, jack, tray, and the bell tolls for Pablo Finini. Came in with just 3 big blinds. Managed to enjoy 1 pay jump, and now all of a sudden a little light at the end of the tunnel as he picks up deuces to go with the 2 5s that he was tugging at. So a total of 6 outs once.
Some life, looking for the duck.
Oh, and instead he hits the 5, and you can hear the disappointment throughout the entire room for everyone but Pablo.
Yeah, he moves up from less, well under half a big blind to looks like 2 big blinds at this point. And, you know, Sinclair with 4 million definitely wanted to see the biggest difference for Sinclair, because Sinclair is so short as well that getting him out and guaranteeing that move up the pay ladder somewhat big for him, because neither of these players can expect to move in and really get it through, so to speak, with 2 and 4 blinds respectively.
The ladder from 8th to 7th is roughly 8,000 euros.
You had the king? What? You had the king?
Which, to put in perspective, is it's a 1,300 euro buy-in tournament, so you know that's about six buy-ins, which is significant.
And Perna once again gets nibbled on. Saliba not interested in a raggy ace up front, and we never know with Van Brug, so no presumptions here.
Yeah, but I feel like my read on that situation is he had gotten a little impatient, having not been able to play a hand, and said, I'm going to get this one through, which obviously instantly didn't work out. But now he might be back to patience, that he's found some chips and a little luck. We'll see, though. You never know.
Ace-5 suited and Queen-Jack both hit the muck, as the presence of the big stack in the big blind is dissuasive. So a walk for Perna. He'll take it.
Didn't really look like anybody had even much of a hand to make a decision there.
Oh, the Ace-5 suited?
Oh, did Ace-5?
Yeah.
I thought, who had the Ace-5 suited?
I think it was Gikovanu, who obviously is not looking to tussle with Perna. Could be mistaken. I would imagine Sinclair might have been a little more willing to go with it.
Gikovanu, that's a pretty tight fold, I feel like, from what he would be in the hijack.
Cutoff, right? Yeah.
Did one of those players bust in between them on our chart?
Novin is busted.
Okay, so yes, the cutoff. Yeah, I would open the Ace-5 suited off of that many chips. I would give it a little raise there. I feel like it's a strong hand. You have the ace blocker, and it might be the chip. The thing is, actually, both of them have about the same amount of chips now. They both have about 36 million chips, so there's not really one of them that's the chip leader and one of them that's not. But
they're not looking to lock horns.
No.
But that phenomenon.
Did he just fold Ace-5 suited? Because he just raised the 5-4 suited in the hijack. Did he fold the Ace-5 suited in the cutoff? I
could have sworn that's what I saw. I don't know.
Because that's quite the. Ace-5 suited in the cutoff is actually a much stronger open than 5-4 suited in the hijack, which is a little loose.
It does seem like there's a very clear desire to avoid Perna from Gikovanu. And Finini says he's all in, going to go with the 10 deuce offsuit as opposed to wait one hand. And I would imagine that he's a favorite to improve upon the 10 deuce versus, you know, by just taking 2 random cards in the next spot versus opening under the gun. But I guess he wants to see if there's any fold equity he can squeeze out of this under the gun open.
Well, to me, the question isn't so much predicated on fold equity because I think he has none versus the big blind. It's more an issue of when you're in the big blind and you have to post that 1 million ante, that's actually half your chips that you really can't win. And so, you know, I'm curious. I haven't done the math on this, and I don't know, but, you know, I would say in a traditional situation where, let's say, everybody anteed 100,000, this would be a fold for sure under the gun.
But when you're responsible for the full ante,
for the
next
full
hand,
ante, which is half your stack the next hand, does it mean you should play 100% of hands? The answer could be yes. I got to be honest with you, Ali. I don't know.
Yeah. One of the few things I feel like that you may not have a firm finger on the pulse of as such an accomplished player. We see that Picchieri and Van Brug both decided to call, and both have hit a jack here, with Picchieri having the better of the 2 kickers.
Yeah, I think really once you start to get to maybe 4 or 5 big blinds or more, it changes very little, but it's definitely possible for 1 to 2 big blind stacks. It could have some wide-ranging effects where you would play a hand you would otherwise fold. And you know, I wouldn't be surprised if this was correct off of 2 big blinds, whereas it wouldn't be if everybody anteed separately.
A barrel into the dry side pot from Picchieri shed the inferior jack from Van Brug. And now Finini is left with the daunting need for running wheel cards or
spades.
A 10 or a deuce. The spades are covered.
Oh, it's covered. You're right. So either running Broadway or running wheel.
Yeah, right.
Or
running 10 deuce.
Pair.
Yeah.
Just runner. A brick could just end it.
Very well could. Over.
The dealer really ramping up the drama here with the pause.
Obviously not at the dealer's discretion when the turn is delivered, but it feels as though he's been prompted, and on the turn the ace pairs, and that's it. As Pablo Finini improbably stuck around for an added hand with the 2 5s after hitting a set on the river, but he always knew it was going to be tough.
Good luck.
So now I think we see, wow, because he busted, is it a situation where Sinclair, because he was just under the gun and Sinclair is next. But now that he's gone, I think Sinclair will instantly assume the big blind, where he has to, I believe he had 4 million chips. So now he's putting half of his chips out with between the ante and his big blind.
2 million in ante and big blind, and then of course another $500,000 behind it going to be required, which would be a quarter of his remaining 2 million if he chose not to participate here. And you see a tremendous orbit for Picchieri here.
Yes, aces twice.
King Jack picking up that pot there, showering Finini, and we now have 7 players and 35,000 euros on tap with a jump of 11,000 euros between here and 6th. And there you see Sinclair in the big, Gikovanu, one of the 2 big stacks, under the gun. And what is he deliberating with? 2 7s.
So if it gets folded to the big blind, I would expect Sinclair to play quite a large number of hands considering the price he's going to be getting. Now, if it's 3-bet or multi-way, that will change his math a little bit. Let's see what Van Brug does here. He's in the small blind. He sees.
Yeah, he's going to make this call. And now, in some ways, it incentivizes Sinclair to participate because he's looking at a potential triple.
I'm going to guess he calls this hand just because he figures it not to be dominated and really essentially just wants to catch anything and put in his last 2 million. you know, given how short he is and the price this pot is offering, and the fact that if he happens to win, it gives him the ability to shove next orbit. I kind of like this play and understand it. But
7 million in the middle, and that is not the flop that he had in mind, as Van Brug has 2 overs and an open ender. Fights into a dry side against Giovanni, who's looking up at the 2 over cards.
It's a very interesting situation. If Van Brug plays this aggressively over the course of the hand, he's the most likely to win, because even though Giovanni, we can see, has the best hand, it's not really a good flop or an easy one for him to continue. That said, if it starts getting checked down to the end and only low cards come, such as this, you know, now he might hold on here for 1 bet, especially if it's not very big. You know, this is an interesting decision. Okay, so he's going to play it passively. And I kind of expect this to get checked through again. I don't think Sinclair can bet here. He's
indeed another couple of checks in front of Giovanni, and I mistakenly said it was a side. Sinclair obviously still has some tokens left to participate in some of a side pot, which Giovanni is looking to build, having fired 2.5 million. And
so this is kind of an interesting bet. This is more of a protection bet for his hand. He wants some overcard hands to fold. Van Brug is in a spot where, with Sinclair literally being almost all in, he's sort of incentivized not to go out left. It's a pretty tight fold, though, given how strong his hand was, and but that bet was, you know, about a quarter of the pot. I probably would have called and tried to improve there, but yeah, I mean, you can see some of the ICM pressure that Van Brug was kind of feeling there, folding a hand as strong as King Queen on the 10 Jack.
44.5 million now for Giovanni. Roughly 45 big blinds.
So I think actually, given the situation, a perceptive bet by him, knowing that Van Brug is going to be in a pretty tough spot here. It defines his hand. He definitely doesn't expect Van Brug to fold a 10 or a jack, but could get him off some hands that have decent equity. And actually, for me, I'd say somewhat surprisingly got him off even the King Queen. I would have thought that hand would have continued in some way, but yeah, you can see the pressure of some of these players trying to move up. We're getting to pretty big pay jumps now, so moving up a few spots is worth quite a lot.
As we sift through some of the shorter stacks here in pursuit of some consolidation, Perna has opened to 2.3 million. Of course, Sinclair will go with 2 red 3s all in, and Giovanni can kind of engage in a little bit of implicit collusion, as we call it here, in this defense in the big blind, and hope that there's an unspoken agreement between himself and Perna to take 4 cards up against Sinclair in an effort to eliminate him, as opposed to just leaving Perna all alone.
I mean, it's not a pure spot because there is a side pot that has some chips in it, but yes, it's definitely some implicit collusion here.
And Sinclair manages to flop a set of 3s here, as Perna can very easily follow through and shed Giovanni. Cards on their backs, and you can see Perna flashing a smile there, understands that the set of 3s has him in very bad shape, but obviously a flesh wound at worst to his stack, which now sits in second behind Giovanni. Took over the chip lead.
Yeah, interestingly enough, winning this pot would appear to get Sinclair right back to where he was, exactly 4 million, which appeared to be exactly what he had after losing that 3-way all-in with the Kings.
Yeah. Will there be any drama? There will not. Ace-Queen draws dead. As of the turn, the set of 3s will hold.
Chip in the chair, see? Good old crabs.
I don't know what it is about the sweater over the shoulders, but it's a very distinctly Euro move for me. I feel like I just don't see that out of our North American counterparts very often. In agreement?
Yeah, definitely not. So I would say in general the scarf is a more European thing than American, and the sweater over the shoulders appears to be like a casual scarf. Like I'm scarfing it up, but without actually purchasing a scarf.
It's an alt scarf.
Yeah, alt scarfing.
Not sure what Picchieri is doing other than having visions of blackjack. I like the way this guy mucks. It's kind of a neat deposit. No need for dealer assistance. I got this. Stand down. And Saliba will stand
Saliba
down.
with ace-5 off is paying attention to ICM there. I believe for 7.5 blinds in the hijack, ace-5 off is a jam, but she's going to opt to fold given how short Sinclair is, hoping for another move up and maybe a slightly better spot that might present itself if she were to pass there.
Giovanna will apply pressure here. And Emil, discouraged, understands the appropriate response as he lays down.
Reasonable play by all parties in this hand.
Look at the finger hardware on this Emil character. I mean, I don't know if you've had an opportunity to get a look yet.
All right, so Perna here really under the gun. So he has a lot of chips, even though he's not the chip leader, wants to apply some pressure. I think 9-5 suited 7-handed under the gun is too wide, especially considering it's not like he's even the runaway chip leader. There's someone else who actually has more. He's second now. Van Brug here, you know,
just flatting the 2 10s?
I got to say, I don't really like this play. I would just move all in and put my stack at risk. I think Perna's going to have some hands he's folding. You're sort of happy to take it down with 10s, and it's definitely a strong enough hand that I guess it's like God bless you if you got this beat. You know, if he moves all in and wins, he's going to pick up almost 5 million in chips, which is a very significant pickup for him. But
oh my goodness.
Again, when you know you're going to flop it.
10s full for Van Brug, no waiting. And Perna's check draws an all in.
Oh my goodness.
Instantly. Oh my goodness, wait a minute. Perna did not check. Perna said all in and just presumed that he would be able to push Van Brug around, but really the range of hands that Van Brug would be willing to call and all in here are Jack X, 2 10s, the overpair. All of them are going to have 9-5 in disastrous shape.
Yes, you know,
this is a clear mistake.
Yeah, we saw Van Brug folding the king-queen in the previous hand, and with king-queen or ace-queen, he actually probably would fold it. That said, I believe you could find out the information for less than all in.
That's my day, yeah?
So even if you, I already didn't like his open, but even if you wanted to continue applying pressure, I think you could have done it with a more reasonable bet. That there you would just bet and fold if the opponent moved all in, right, and save as much as 6-7 million in chips. So I agree. I think this hand was a series of mistakes.
Yeah.
Where each one got a little worse. There was one mistake followed up by a much bigger mistake, and now, I mean, this has changed the structure of this final table. Now we have
the complexion has changed tremendously.
Perna moving down to what, about 20 million, and our friend Van Brug of the 10-8 offsuit now moving into the second in chips.
There is the updated chip counts. Who would have thought the Dutchman, with the 10-8 up against 9s and kings, would somehow find himself second in chips here behind Giacomo? And we'll see whether or not this sort of change in complexion is going to bring the Romanian out of his shell a little bit as the chip leader, or whether or not it's going to slow Perna down.
I don't know if I'm going to guess Perna doesn't slow down. After a couple of these hands, we'll see. He seems like a guy who's ready to play fast. And sometimes in my experience, when stuff like that starts going wrong for someone, they
the lug nuts come loose a bit.
You know, they have the anchor bias in their head of I'm the chip leader. And even though they're not the chip leader anymore, they keep on playing like they've got to get those chips back.
Yeah.
Like they're stuck the 20 million in their head, and they're either getting those back or flying out in a blaze of glory.
And here is the clear and decisive chip leader sitting on King 10 offsuit in the cutoff. And no longer is he afraid of Perna in the big.
I like this play. The king blocker and applying the pressure as the chip leader against people who clearly going to have ICM pressure. And so far I actually feel like Giacomo has played pretty well. He seems pretty experienced. I like a lot of his decisions. The one thing that would make me a little hesitant about this decision is actually it appears that the big blind, even though we're not there yet, is going to be Perna. And I don't think you're going to be applying a lot of ICM pressure on Perna. Oh, well, actually, he folded the ace-3 offsuit, so maybe he did become conscious there.
It's Perna 2.0.
Yeah, so I guess
Not any final table.
Maybe that hand will change the way he ends up playing at this point. No blaze of glory for him, perhaps.
Well, listen, it would be nice to see him take a beat, recognize that maybe some mistakes have been made and not compound those mistakes with a little bit of steam.
Yeah, so, I mean, we could see a situation if that happens where Giacomo kind of turns on the Jets here. He's got the chip lead by quite a wide margin at this point, and if he expects Perna and some of these players to really start respecting it, and this is what we're seeing, because now this is clearly an opening that isn't standard, so to speak, without ICM effects. But you know, he ran into Ace King in the next spot, clear all in, and you know, we're going to see, is this going to be a situation where does it make Giacomo reconsider this new strategy he's adopting? He thinks players are playing back at him. We can clearly see that that's not really happening. Bizet has a very strong hand, but Giacomo won't know that.
And Emil finally able to haul a pot in on the strength of Big Slick. And I return to the regality of his bejeweled paws. I don't want to call them hands. Those things look loaded for bear.
Yeah, he showed up ready to display his particular personal style, and I believe that's the first chip he's dragged, is it not?
I believe so as well.
Yeah.
Yeah. Sinclair off of 4 million, just the two bigs. 10-7 suited is going to open here with a raise to 3.5 million.
Yeah, so another spot where, again, you leaving yourself a little bit of chips in the event that maybe some other people go all in is the idea. But to me, if you were going to do that, why not just min raise to 2 million? And that way, if there's an all in and call behind you and you actually do decide to fold, you save yourself an extra big blind and a half. So, yeah, I can't say I can 100% explain this move in terms of, is there a better strategic option that does the same thing? I would think yes, but yeah, I don't know. Players like doing this. Maybe he's never folding that last 500K, and it's just more like a hey, personal style type of deal. Saliba here with an interesting decision. She is, despite winning that previous pot, you can see how much the blinds and antes have cost her, back down to 5 million. Kind of believe here against the player who she actually covers and realizes incentivized to go all in somewhat wide here. Probably ends up going with a hand as strong as ace-9 off, despite not being too pleased about it, although it's a somewhat tough spot. The thing she has to think about is that if Sinclair gets this through and the big blind folds, she will be in a much more precarious position. So she has a chance now to bust a player who she covers, and she has some reasons to think that ace-9 off might actually be a better hand given how desperate he is.
It really is a matter of determining just how wide Sinclair's range is going to be here, and we know that Jack is a professional with stripes, as is Vivian.
I think she'll go with it, but yeah, she's not too happy about it. She'll be pretty happy to see.
Yeah.
Well, yes and no. She would definitely like to see maybe ace-5, which she dominates, but you know, I mean, she's a solid favorite here. And happy to see at least that she isn't behind.
Yeah, the dominant ace was the real concern. And so a smile on Saliba's face, who takes her hand into battle as a 3-2 favorite. She does have Sinclair covered.
Yeah, so she will not be out if she loses his hand, and will have a good 5 hands until she catches the big blind to decide when to put in her last 1.4. Were she to lose.
Thank you.
Saliba's deepest run, the WSOPE, came in a 10K Pot Limit Omaha 8-handed championship event. Began playing poker live at the age of 17 when her dad actually brought her to a poker club in Sao Paulo.
Pretty cool.
Not sure they're 17 and up, but nevertheless, she has cashed in 9 separate World Series of Poker Europe events. Jack 8-4, and now the gut shot straight draw materializing for Sinclair. The 9 of spades becomes a blocker.
Although Saliba, you can see, despite the fact that it brought a straight draw, her equity actually improved at this point to 67%. So, you know, a slightly above average flop for her, as, you know, really she's trying to fade Sinclair flopping a pair more than anything.
Which she has done successfully. And now with the board pairing, she has a 4-1 edge. Sinclair with just 9 outs once. Will the most accomplished player here at this final table be headed for an exit? He will. Oh, never mind. The 7 binks him. 8s and 7s for Sinclair. And you can see Vivian's disappointment, as she was in such great shape there, and now
Sorry.
finds herself
No, I'm all in for 4, not 3.5.
on the short stack.
3.5 is how much I raised, but I had 5 behind.
But you told me 3.5.
Yeah, I raised you, but I had 500 behind.
But there was an all-in thing.
Because you pushed.
Yeah, but you announced 3.5. I called 3.5.
He play 4. He
Yeah,
play
but
4.
you said it was all in there. Are you sure? 100%?
Sorry. Yeah.
Well,
I call your all in.
If you're saying so, okay.
slight bit of confusion there, but indeed Vivian did push her entire stack forward and had Jack Sinclair covered. He had not pushed the entire 4 million out there, so he actually was the player making the call. So a full 4 million coming off of Saliba's stack, and you know that the rest of the table is not pleased to see Sinclair hanging around, as obviously he will be a real threat moving forward, managed to hit that 7. And as you pointed out, Brian, if Vivian didn't end up managing to win that pot, she would be in this really difficult situation, the one that Sinclair found himself in.
Yes. She now has 5 hands, essentially. You know, it's a good question. They have different rules for this at different places, whether the first thing that needs to get put in is the ante or the big blind. It makes quite a big difference for her.
Walk us through
the
implications if the initial commitment that you make is to the ante as opposed to the big blind.
Yes.
Then you actually aren't playing for really anything.
Yeah,
right?
well, imagine you only had $1 million.
Right.
Because it's even easier. If the ante's in there, you pretty much can only win the ante because you'd have 0 big blind. Now, if it's the big blind first, then you
participate in the pot
for up to $1 million for any other player that puts chips in the pot. So it'll make quite the difference. I kind of believe at 1.4 regardless, you know, she will almost certainly play a hand before the blinds so that, you know, she will have more and can pay at least that, because otherwise, you know, even if she puts in the $1 million, but then that 400, she can't participate in that 400,000 that would be in the ante versus anyone else. So she'll be quite incentivized to play a hand in the next 5 hands before she takes the big blind.
If you just have $1 million and the ante is what is obligated to be paid first, all you can do is win back the chips that you put in there in the ante effectively, whereas if it's the big blind initially, then you're able to double, triple, depending on how many people participate in the pot. And we see King Jack suited opening to 2.1 million for Perna, and Saliba in the cutoff with a King Jack offsuit.
I think she'll probably gamble with this. Perna's shown a predisposition at this point to play some hands, and even if not, King Jack here, where you're not even calling the full bet, you are going to be able to win the small and big blind and the ante. It's a spot where I just think her hand is too strong to pass, and she somewhat quickly came to the same conclusion.
Yeah, I call.
Queen 10 suitor for Van Brug on the button, and I do believe he has announced a call.
Saliba has been short, but I believe so far at this final table, I've pretty much liked every decision she's made. So I would love to see her stick around and play a little bit more.
Obviously, that pot against Sinclair was so key. And Giovanni's going to close the action here as the chip leader from the big blind, speculating.
So even though we see she has 1%, there are some possibilities here where Perna ends up folding. But because Sleep is all in, you know, this is actually a decent spot where this could happen. So let's say it gets bet. Perna probably folds the King Jack suited here with only backdoor spades. But, you know, if after Perna folds, a king or a jack ends up coming, Saliba would then, well, now he's probably not folding the king.
Oh my goodness. So let's just point this out. Tens are Van Brug's best friend. He has managed to flop trip tens, flop tens full. Now he hit the 10 on the flop to be best in the 4-way pot. On the turn, he's made 2 pair, but that is a soaking wet card in terms of Perna and Saliba both having open enders, and of course Perna having, in addition to that, the spade draw. And Giovanni's got a 6.
Let's see how this gets played. I mean, Van Brug is going to bet his hand here. I don't know what Perna's going to do. Is Perna going to call? I don't think Perna will fold. Now, I mean, Giovanni will probably fold here, but will Perna call or raise?
Well, it's 3.6 million into the side pot of 2.1 that Saliba does not participate in.
I mean, Perna has a very big draw here, and you know, some players would elect to play it aggressively. Perna seems like a person who might do that, given he was willing to do it with 9 high.
And on the river,
Opted
The
not to
jack
do
is
it.
a safe card. Van Brug checks back the queens and tens. Does not go for value
Good luck,
against Perna.
everybody. Nice playing with you.
And that spells the end of the road for the Brazilian Vivian Saliba, who really did play very well.
Always the 10, always the 10.
You see a little love for Jack Sinclair, who put the first nail in. And she will say her goodbyes. Eliminated in 7th place, adding 35,000 euros and change to her career tournament earnings. And leaving everyone with a guaranteed 46,000 euros and an 18K pay jump on tap. 56,000 rather for
Classy
6th
goodbye
place.
by Vivian, shaking everybody's hand with a smile despite being knocked out. Yeah, and what could have been a somewhat frustrating turn of events there, being the favorite, getting rivered. But here we are, down to 6.
Here we are indeed. And we is yours truly, Ali Najad, alongside 5-time World Series of Poker bracelet winner Brian Rast. Glad to have you with us for this stream of the mini-main event, the World Series of Poker Europe, event number 3. 1,350 euro buy-in. 9 players began this final table. 3 have been eliminated already. And now the short stack of Jack Sinclair navigates the button with King Jack offsuit. A King Jack that did not fare so well for Vivian Saliba, but the open is being supplemented by what looks like a hippopotamus. Rast, and I'm not sure if that will be added deterrent to the players behind.
Sinclair has a pretty clear play here off of 7.5 bigs on the button. The question is more, it seems like he likes going with these open sizings where he's leaving some chips behind. Giovanni here with an interesting decision. He has ace-4 off. He has a player to his left who probably, if I remember, probably has something around 13 million. Has to think, what is Sinclair moving in with?
And he does pile over the top from the small blind.
Gonna be reasonably happy to see this holding where he's a small favorite, because with ace-4 off there, you're not really gonna find many hands that you're ahead, almost no hands that you're ahead of significantly. So generally, if what you would like to see is another weak ace where you're probably chopping, or a hand such as what Sinclair has, broadways, suited connectors, where you'll end up being a small favorite against most of those hands.
And Sinclair, of course, forced to make the call as the hippopotamus, despite being the most dangerous animal in Africa, unable to dissuade the ace-4 from getting involved. And to the flop we go. It is Jack High. Advantage Sinclair in a major way, as Giovanni is left tugging at an ace or running diamonds in a 17 million chip pot.
I have heard this about hippos.
And Jack's full will ice it. Yeah, you would think it would be lions or tigers. No tigers in Africa. Lions or one of the other big cats. But no. Maybe crocs. Nope.
Hippos are big and they're angry.
They are. I think they can't see very well either, so you might just look like a walking watermelon of some sort, and they just go in for the kill.
Of course.
Also,
now look at this.
Sinclair
Anyone wanna
with a
change the
big
structure?
double there. Now, nobody extremely short, and the chip stacks are a bit more graduated, not clumped as much as they were previously.
Obviously, the absorption of the 3 bust outs helping to create that sort of distribution, but the proposition becomes slightly murkier for the chip leader Giovanni, as we have fairly big pay jumps still to come. Sinclair, though, can navigate now a little more comfortably than he has been able to at any other point during this final table, and of course he is a true threat.
Oh.
And you'll note that the blinds are at 600,000 and 1.2 million. And the chip leader looks down at 2 queens on the button. And of course the blinds are going to be expecting him to do a lot of this in general.
Yeah, he's raising here on the button with a lot of chips, which they will expect. So far, no one's really moved in without a hand. We did see that one time he had the queen 6 offsuit. Emil B's moved all in behind, but he had a hand. He had ace king. So Giacomo, for once, did not want to just get that one through. Definitely wanted some action, someone to play back. But sometimes nobody has anything.
Obviously, he would have preferred a little action with the 2 queens, but as it were, you will pick up some blind and ante money as we get another look at the leaderboard. Brought to you by GG Poker. Bisset, Picchieri, Sinclair, Perna, all under 20 bigs. And then it's Giacomo, who is actually a tick behind Rolf van Brug, who sits in the chip lead. A wildly improbable development as we work toward a champion with 56,000 euros in change next to be awarded. And then about 15,000 euro jump to 5th.
This one, I think. Oh, you're the big blind. Sorry, it's not my fault. My fault.
Do you know how much you have?
I see you've got like that.
17.
Sorry.
Okay. Me too. Same. Same. Raise 2.5.
Giacomo back to applying pressure. It's a situation where him and Rolf are the 2 clear chip leaders. Picchieri here with the decision. You know, in a situation where he expects Giacomo to be raising widely, he definitely has a hand he can play. I think off of only 16 blinds, the normal way to play this here would be to re-raise all in and try to win. Oh no, even less. It's actually only, the blinds have gone up to 1.2 million, so it's only about 14, 13 blinds. So yes, I think this is quite a reasonable play, especially where you expect Giacomo to be opening wide,
And
which he was.
a sigh of relief for Picchieri, as we know that in spite of the fact that we expect a lot of activity out of that boss stack, every now and again they wake up with something that they can call off with and maybe have us in bad shape. But well navigated there by the Italian.
Yeah, one of those spots where, you know, Giacomo is probably thinking, wow, why didn't this happen last hand? I'm on the button, trying to steal with queens and just nothing but folds, and the next hand
Right.
you get moved in on. It's
I would have had something for him. So the blinds have actually doubled from where they were when we started this final table, as the structure is not exactly slow-paced here at this final table. We see an open from Giacomo once more, 2.5 million, this time with King Queen, and Picchieri could be the customer on the button with pocket 3s.
You know, I like a fold here personally. We'll see what he does. I think this hand is too weak to flat. If you were going to play it, it would be move all in again. But, you know,
But that seems a little bit careless with some of the pay jumps that are available and the range of hands that we would expect would be willing to call against the 2-3s are going to contain all the pairs that, you know, he would be willing to play, which have us dominated. And then, of course, at worst, 2 big overs on a full run out for a 40 million chip pot, which is high variance.
And I think now opening from the hijack and a situation where, you know, Giovanni is no longer even the chip leader. So, like, really, how wide is he opening? How much pressure, quote unquote, is he applying? I just think if you take all that together and what you're risking with the threes, it kind of adds up to, yeah, well, it would be nice to pile on him again and pick this up. I like his decision to let it go.
As do I, and as does he, as evidenced by the fold.
Had he piled, it's a kind of tough spot for King Queen off there, who would be calling off more than half of his chips. And it would have been interesting to see what Giovanni came back with, but we didn't get the opportunity to do that.
From pocket threes to pocket fours, but not facing an opener this time in the cutoff for Picchieri.
Yeah, a couple ways he could play this. He could go for a smaller raise, probably folding to a 3-bet from Perna. Or he could have just moved all in, given that the big blind, I believe, did not have very many chips. But I believe if he min raises here, or close to min raise, which is essentially what he did, I think it doesn't make a lot of sense to do this play and then call versus Perna, because you're not really trying to induce action. So I would expect here versus a re-raise from Perna, who basically has the same amount of chips as him, that he comes back with a fold.
Three bet from the two kings of Perna to be expected, 6.2 million.
Yeah, so one of the reasons to raise here is Picchieri is if Perna or Van Brug, who both essentially cover him, play back at you, you likely get away from your hand. Van Brug here, in my opinion, without a decision, but seems like he likes to sit there and make everybody think, a little bit of gamesmanship, perhaps.
You're sure those are 20s, right?
Well, we know that there's some murkiness with respect to his comprehension of the situations he's been placed in. He was very forthright about not exactly knowing where he's at and how to navigate, and that's perfectly all right. It's worked out well for him so far.
Yeah, so it appears he's thinking is, could this 3-bet be light? If I were to move all in here, would Perna fold? You know, we see the answer to that question, but this is what Picchieri is working through right now, I believe.
But in order to feel comfortable moving all in, he has to identify that there is some range of holdings that Perna would be willing to 3-bet to 6.2 with that would not be able to call off the rest.
Potentially a hand like just ace-8 offsuit that you're using the ace blocker as a bluff, which, you know, as we see, had he done that, it would have worked, right? But I like his decision to fold there. As I said, I expect that when you open fours for the min-raise sizing there, you're probably folding it versus either of those two decent stacks behind you should they 3-bet you. If you kind of want to go with fours, it's actually a hand that for about 13 blinds there in the cutoff, it's strong enough to jam all in. But when you min-raise it, you're probably folding it to a 3-bet.
Now Emile Bisset with ace-9 suited under the gun, sitting on 12.8.
Yeah, off of 10.5 blinds, he decides to raise. Again, another hand where you sort of could either move all in or raise, but a raise with a hand like this, you are most likely folding to a 3-bet, especially opening under the gun. Totally okay with this play, and it gets through.
And being able to pick up that ante and blind money once in orbit is sort of creating extended play and not allowing your stack depth to dwindle considerably. Everybody looking for kind of an opportunity to pop their head up and pick off a pot uncontested.
quite a few chips out there now. I mean, 3 million chips every hand in the middle, and only 6-handed, so much kind of more shorter active situation than the 9-handed poker we started with.
On average, we are committing 500,000 in chips to each hand played in terms of cost of orbit.
Yeah, there's approximately 140 million total chips in play. So 3 represents just over 2% of the total chips. A significant amount to play for.
Sinclair on the button with King 10 offsuit. Looks interested, understandably.
Yeah, he's going to play this hand. Again, another decision on exactly how. He's going for what essentially amounts to an all-in. I don't expect him to fold for that 5 million he left behind.
They're nice, right?
Giovanni and Bisset have both folded, so the hippo comes in handy on that occasion. I heard an alternate term for a hippo recently, which I found quite pleasing.
Do tell.
Water pig.
Okay, so let's, from this moment henceforth, Ali, let's refer to that little
talisman
guy, not as a hippo, but as a water pig. Okay.
I thought we were going to unpack the etymology of water pig.
Oh, I feel like it's somewhat self-explanatory if you've ever seen a hippo. You know?
Do you think hippo bacon would be yummy?
I do. I think actually if you like bacon, if you're a fan of pork, then hippo bacon might even be an upgrade.
I mean, think about pork belly, which is such a culinary delight for so many people. If you like pork belly, think about hippo belly. Is there anything fattier in the animal kingdom to dine on?
Certainly not. Sinclair here, moving back with an interesting decision, 7s, but versus a very large open from Van Brug.
Ooh.
Decides to pass. This hand,
it's
more
getting in there.
difficult to pass. It's getting in for 10 blinds.
I mean, the only other hand that we've seen Bisset rip in there was the ace-king, if I'm not mistaken. Right?
So Van Brug again here with very interesting decision because he raises so large when Bisset, who very probably goes all in here, does so. What will he do? Because the price that he's getting now will be much better. Had he only min raised, I think it's a much easier fold. But because he raised so large, will he talk himself into calling a call, which will likely prove disastrous?
And indeed, the two little words are muttered by Bisset, who ships his stack in there. And you're absolutely right here, Rast. He's created some more attractive pricing inconveniently, given, of course, the hand that he is up against has Van Brug, whereas the fold would be a far more straightforward proposition, perhaps off of 2.4 million for him. But we really don't know what the inner workings are for Van Brug. We've seen some very significant deviations from what we might anticipate the typical player to engage in, and it does keep us on the edge of our seats and on the tips of our toes. That much we know.
Yeah, I really don't know what Van Brug is going to do here. I feel like, having watched the play for a little bit, it's very clear to me he is he does not have a lot of experience, and you know, I don't really know what he's going to be thinking. You know, I think he probably realized at some point he's getting a pretty good price, but again, yeah, okay, so he passes, which is totally reasonable here, because I think he realizes that very likely his opponent has a hand like A7 suited in trouble.
Yeah, potentially dominated, obviously, as we saw. And Emil sharing that he had Ace-queen suited with Van Brug, which will allow him to feel a little bit better about the decision.
But this is one of those things where you start to see how, you know, a lot of the pros, once they get more chips, you've noticed some smaller raise size coming in with these short, you know, 15, 20, 25 big blind stacks. And that's part of the reason, because when you raise and then you end up folding, you know, Van Brug raised 3.5 blinds and somebody only raises 2 blinds, saves a blind and a half in those situations, which is considerable when you're talking about 20 big blind stacks.
Not to mention the pace of this particular structure. Cut off ace-jack for Giovanni. Marius measures out an open to 2.4, the min. Folded around to Perna, who is out of there as well, so a nice pickup there.
And despite Giovanni having a considerable chip stack compared to other players, that 3 million, almost a 10% increase in his chips, merely by raising it and taking it.
Giovanni's shown some real aptitude out there, Rastin. It doesn't appear by accident. He picked up over 372,000 euros of his total 437,000 in career live tournament earnings in a single finish over in Barcelona.
He strikes me, having watched the play here now for a little while, as a competent player.
Yep.
Seems to understand what's going on, how ICM pressure, what type of hands to use. You know, raising the king little offsuit, king 7 off, the queen 6 off, applying pressure with some hands that have blocker abilities. You know, coming in for min raises, it just kind of feels like he knows what is going on and has been here before. Even maybe not in a spot, you know, for this kind of money, but just rather experienced perhaps professional card player.
No, take it back.
Or actually, he did win almost 400,000 euros. So even if he did win this, it wouldn't be the biggest win in his poker career.
Right.
So he has been in this spot before, so to
He's
speak.
tasted the summit. As you see the chip distribution now, where Giovanni is the leader. 8 blinds down to Van Brug, and then the very tight cluster from Sinclair on down. Just 3 blinds separating those 4 stacks. And when you look at that pay distribution across the next 4 payouts, we're talking about a jump from this 56,000 on tap all the way up to 122,000 and change. So real ladders.
So Giovanni, despite being in relatively early position, made what I would believe, given his chip position, to be a tight pass with the king 5 suited. I would have liked a min raise again there, which probably would have taken it down. As we see, nobody else had much of a hand, and Perna capitalizes on that by raising a very modest holding on the button.
Obviously a little bit more comfort when you've got the big white puck in front of you, but nevertheless, these are the nuggets of wisdom offered by a 5-time World Series of Poker bracelet winner, to maybe not shy away from that king 5 suited up front. And of course, we can afford to min raise, and the upside is great at this point.
You risk 2.4 to win 3. You have the king blocker. It's a solid hand. Pretty easy fold if anybody re-raises you behind, and you're applying pressure with the big stack.
Ace queen now for Perna off of 23 million.
Perna much more comfortable with this than his jack 8 off open last hand. Ooh, Van Brug. What will he do with the ace 6 suited? I don't think we can know.
Especially after back-to-back raises from Perna, where we begin to question whether or not our friend is speedy.
Besides the flat.
Yeah. Obviously in rough shape here. Will Giovanni elect to speculate here, getting a price?
At least he has position going for him. feel like this hand is a little too weak to want to continue, and I like his decision again.
Obviously, there was a pretty broad spectrum of holdings that Giovanni would have been willing to plunk another 1.3 out there with, but deuce 4 offsuit was not included, and then would have ended up with bottom pair here and the best hand on an 8-high rainbow flop. As it were, Perna remains heads up and dominant.
Yeah, but this is one of the issues of playing the deuce 4 off, is that even though he has the best hand here, it's very difficult to know that, and can be difficult waters to navigate.
Out of position against 2 players, of course.
Now, Van Brug has a difficult decision here. He does have ace high, which might be the best hand, and a backdoor flush draw, and I do not fault him for calling what amounts to a very small c-bet of less than quarter of the pot. And
he manages to spike a 6 on the turn. What an improbable outcome this is. He leaves Perna with just 7% equity, and after getting called on the flop, Perna does pump the brakes.
So Van Brug here decides to check back,
yep,
which is very reasonable.
Oh, and it would have been trip deuces had Giovanni managed to find a path to the river.
Wow, he just moved all in.
Oh, this is the second time we've seen what amounts to slightly reckless all-ins here by Perna against Van Brug. And he is covered. All Van Brug needs to do is click call and send Perna to the locker room.
This is a very weird play, in my opinion, with ace-queen. I feel like there's going to be a decent amount of the time where you will check down and ace-queen is the best hand. For example, if Van Brug had any other suited ace that didn't hit the 6, he would just check down and win versus ace-8 high or whatever. It's possible Van Brug could have a hand like king-queen, king-jack with a backdoor flush draw, a similar type of hand, all of which he beats. So to me, turning ace-queen into a bluff here is not the play I would do. I will say this. If he's bluffing, he's trying to get a hand like this, like a 6 or an 8 or pocket 7s or pocket 5s to fold, and those hands would probably call a smaller bet. So if you're going to bluff with ace-queen here, I do actually think this is maybe the size to do it at, because now you're asking for your opponent to make a big call with a small 2-pair. So,
and it's within reason to imagine that they might find a path to an exit with a
yes,
holding like that. But as played, of course, we know that Van Brug might be asking himself whether or not a real hand
would bet like this.
Yeah.
And so this is a tough decision for Van Brug. I don't know what he'll do. Interesting pot. Perna has clearly shown a proclivity to make some wild plays.
Well, so has Van Brug, and he is sizing his man up here. He does have Perna covered, so even if he clicks call and is wrong, he would still have chips remaining, and you see Perna realizing it is all over, and the Dutchman
17.7
wins a massive pot and eliminates the Italian in 6th. And he will sit atop the leaderboard all alone.
Yeah, that's more, much more.
Obviously, 56,000 euros will help hedge the disappointment for Ciro Perna, but I think when he goes back and considers some of the maneuvers that he made here at this final table, there are some points to be improved upon and some lessons to be gleaned.
You know, that's pretty much always true in poker. Even myself, with all my experience, when I go back and review, I oftentimes find plays that I didn't like. That pot even right there is a spot where if he checks the ace-queen, maybe his opponent checks back the 6, just happy to win the pot. You still have that 17 million, and you turn your hand into a bluff. You ask your opponent to make a pretty big fold and doesn't, and you go out 6th. So
high risk, high reward, and on this occasion, the risk came into play. As we see that tight cluster between Bissett, Sinclair, and Picchieri, all of whom are very pleased to enjoy a 15,000 euro pay jump, courtesy of that big call by Rolf van Brug. Ali Najag alongside Brian Rast, bringing you the final table of the World Series of Poker Europe mini main event, where a pretty incredible run for Rolf van Brug finds him sitting on 44 big blinds.
Yeah, went from one of the low stacks to a big stack, and now, to me, what I'm asking myself watching this table with all of you is, you know, Rolf van Brug does not strike me, as I said, as a experienced poker player. You know, will he apply, you know, 123,000 in live tournament earnings? He clearly isn't. Will he apply ICM pressure? I think not. And what will that mean for the other players? Like, will Gikovanu, who is a solid second in chips now, continue, despite you might think he would play a little scared, continue to apply pressure on the smaller stacks as if he was a larger stack? You know, how will the other players view the situation and adjust as the shorter stacks? To me, that's kind of the strategic question moving forward at this point in time.
You see Gikovanu got after Emil's big blind from the small, and Emil appeared to flash a card, which I assume was the ace, perhaps. I mean, maybe not a safe assumption, but does lay it down.
Yeah, which is a pretty tight fold there, blind on blind in position. I think too tight.
Look at that, 38% of the chips in play for Van Brug.
A nice call by Van Brug in the last hand.
Yeah,
you know,
it was. I mean, I think the issue for Perna was the tale he told was a little less believable as played.
Yeah.
I think maybe if he would have barreled multi-street instead of pumping the brakes on the turn, it just, you begin to put the pieces of the puzzle together and ask yourself what makes sense.
And it's the answer you come back with is a desperate bluff. Makes a lot of sense here. And, you know, he kind of worked that one out, and that happened to be correct.
To his credit, now we'll see how Bisset feels about an ace when he has the opportunity to open.
Gleich Pause, gleich Pause.
Oh, wow.
Okay.
You know, blind on blind her versus a min raise. I expect Picchieri to move all in. Yeah.
Yeah.
You
No
know,
hesitation either.
He just has to think this is going to get through often enough. Now, Bisset, because he decided to min raise here, actually has a somewhat difficult decision here with ace-8 off. You know, this is a hand I think many players would just move all in his situation to begin with. An offsuit ace for about 13 big blinds or so is actually a hand here putting pressure on your other opponent using your ace. It's a pretty strong hand trying to pick up the chips. You know, really just fits in the category of hands that you probably want to just open shove. But now when you raise and your opponent moves all in, you find yourself in a more difficult spot.
How do you anticipate Picchieri would have responded to an open shove from Bisset? He probably would have made the call anyway? Or you think he identifies him as perhaps particularly tight and maybe not looking to spin the wheel of fate with the small pair against at minimum 2 overs?
You know, I think probably more likely to call, but, you know, I think there are some players who find a fold there for 12 blinds with ICM pressure too. And I don't think it's a super clear decision. I mean, this pot helps to show in some of these situations the power of being first in.
And Emil is asking himself, how many of Picchieri's all-in holdings here do I have in bad shape with ace-8 offsuit? The king highs obviously would be dogs.
You know, I feel like, my feeling is he's going to fold. I think he's going to lay it down.
Shows the ace.
Yeah.
I have a pair. Big pair.
Well, I don't know about big pair.
I have pair.
Pair. Big pair.
Medium pair.
I'll take the under on medium.
Win beefsteak.
No problem.
Win
Medium
beefsteak.
player to force. What? 4-4. No,
Medium
bigger,
player.
bigger.
Pocket 8.
What?
Pocket 8.
I'm big blind.
6-6.
Yeah.
And
After a long process of playing coy, just finally says it.
6-6.
I have overcards, yeah. With
Over
ace.
cards. 7, 8, 7.
No.
Ah, you had the 3 cards.
By the way, these post-mortems aren't doing any favors to the less experienced players who are just very casually providing tremendous information to the likes of Sinclair and Giovanni, who obviously are a little bit more versed and are going to file these data points into their archives as they move forward.
Yes, certainly. I mean, that was showing that ace and folding it. A lot of information there. A little bit less information, really, saying you moved in with 6s, which I think is somewhat standard. But yeah, showing that you folded min-raise fold ace-8
Not
off
afraid,
an
huh?
ace
You're not afraid, huh?
is a pretty big data point.
Never. Money and afraid. I've never had money and never
I
was
like
afraid.
adrenaline.
Okay, that's nice.
15 blinds here with Jack 5 off. The number of ways you could decide to play the hand. You could, I mean, folding it would be somewhat tight, especially if I didn't think the chip leader. Well, if I thought the chip leader was going to apply a lot of pressure, I would probably let it go at this point. But against somebody not, I would consider both calling and raising.
Ace high flop misses both players. 2 quick checks, and the
So-
turn doesn't connect either.
Picchieri failing, in my opinion, to recognize at this point that, you know, Van Brug probably doesn't have an ace. He didn't raise after I limped, and I think Picchieri would have been well suited to have taken a stab for a very small continuation bet on the flop or turn and very likely take it down, and in this case actually bluff out queen high, because Picchieri didn't have king high, didn't have as much showdown, but it worked out because he ended up hitting the 5. But
Yeah.
I would have liked to see bet on the flop or turn. I think sometimes delay C bet could be fine as well, but yeah, he didn't find that play.
And I'm not going to call it a tell, but oftentimes we get the sense when our opponent is just disinterested in a small pot, and we're able to just kind of lay claim and pick up what ultimately amount to meaningful little pots. And Van Brug didn't seem interested to me. That quick check back, you know, no raise out of the big after the limp. It's just kind of.
Yeah, perhaps another data point there. Not only the structure of how the hand was played, but maybe even some physical tells and interest and, you know, a number of reasons.
To have bet the turn.
So Giovanni here applying some pressure in the hijack. Sinclair with a bit of a decision. If he thinks Giovanni is raising wide, could definitely shove here over, and he finds that play, which will almost certainly work. So, you know, in the big blind, could have just defended and called safer play. I think a number of other players on this table would have made that play, but Sinclair, realizing that Giovanni has been raising quite a bit and perhaps doing so with less than stellar holdings, you know, takes his ace blocker and solid hand and says, you know what, I'm going to try to pick this pot up.
And I think that sort of shows Sinclair's situational awareness and perhaps lack of tension in the situation he finds himself in. If the play is right, I'm going to make it. Queen Jack suited for Emil, and he opens to 3.2 million, which is north of the min raise. Generally a standard adoption by all parties to this point. Picchieri evaluates with ace jack.
Not an obvious decision here. A player who hasn't been playing a ton of hands opens from the hijack, which 5-handed is also under the gun. You know, Picchieri has a tough decision and ends up making a fold, which in this case we can see is incorrect, but I can't altogether fault him for doing so. I would probably have gone with his hand, but again, I don't think it's obvious. I think once you start getting up to maybe ace queen, at that point it becomes pretty strictly bad to fold. But ace jack off is right around the range of hands where, you know, maybe you could justify finding a fold for ICM considerations and so forth. Although I would not have done what he did in that spot.
Yeah, pretty snug lay down there. Perhaps a flat at minimum with the ace jack, or do we prefer the 3-bet or fold?
I kind of like the 3-bet and fold. You cover your opponent. You know, you get hands with equity out. To me, in that spot, off of like 11, 12 blinds, whatever it is that your opponent has, and you cover by a little bit, I think the flatting range there should be you're mostly jamming. You're playing quite tight. Most of the hands you play go all in. You could find flats with like aces and kings.
Right, some trappiness.
Maybe a hand like the queen 10 suited or so that you decide not to jam, in that you're going to play in position. But most hands, especially a hand like ace jack off, ace king off, pocket nines, all you just go all in behind the raise. That would be how I divvy up that range there.
Queen jack offsuit on the button for Sinclair, and he will min raise open. Emil's resume does not include a lot of 7-8 offsuit defense, but we'll see how he proceeds.
Getting a good price,
Yeah.
and I don't fault him for this defend against an opponent here who's gonna be a little wide. I expect the 8-7 to be behind, and it is, but you know, your card should be live generally, and you're getting a very good price.
Top pair on this flop for Emil, who checks it over to Jack Sinclair. 6.6 million in the middle, and no spade in his hand. Nevertheless, Sinclair is going to stab. And was it a snap check raise all in from Bisset? It was, followed by a fist pump. And
I like that decision by Bisset to raise. You know, you don't give overcards a chance to hit. There's already a lot of chips out there, and you know what? If top pairs beat, God bless you.
Oh, hit it.
don't particularly like the decision to show your opponent what you had, especially when that opponent is the very competent Jack Sinclair. But nevertheless, a nice chip infusion for Bisset, who will head to the break third in chips, a tick ahead of Picchieri and a few ticks further down to Jack Sinclair. Chip leader at the moment, Rolf van Brug, with almost 50 million in front of him, followed by the Romanian Marius Cicovanu with 20 bligs. As you look at the leaderboard, brought to you by GG Poker, we are still working our way toward a champion in the mini main event. And 260,000 euros and a bracelet still up for grabs. Brian and I will step aside and we'll return shortly with more coverage. Stay close. Back to the King's Resort in Rozvadov, Czech Republic, where the 2021 World Series of Poker Europe rages on. Event number 3. The mini main began with 9 players and is down to just 5 with 71,000 euros and change. On tap to be awarded your chip leader, the Dutchman Rolf van Brug, followed by the Romanian Marius Cicovanu. Tight cluster between the Swissman, the Italian, and the Briton. 14 to 10 big blinds with 260,000 up top, and of course a coveted World Series of Poker bracelet. That leaderboard brought to you by GG Poker. Yours truly, Ali Najad, pleased to be bringing you the action alongside 5-time World Series of Poker bracelet winner Brian Rast. And the blinds were at 600, 1.2, and they're ticking forward mercilessly here as we find.
Yeah, the structure seems somewhat quick, which it moved up.
800,000, 1.6, Brian.
You know, the tournament that I won this summer, the 5th bracelet, was actually a turbo structure where the blinds went up every 30 minutes. So this type of situation where even at the final table, you know, blinds are moving up and it just seems like everybody is short, was something that I got experience playing just a few weeks ago. So
what are the significant adjustments that one needs to make? Is it more of a sense of urgency to participate in pots and play hands so as not to bleed out? Or what are the adjustments to keep in mind when playing a faster structure, if any?
You know, I don't know that there's really any adjustment that you need to do. I think one of the biggest things you should be more familiar with like very short stack type of play, like this 10, 15 type blind decisions, because it's moving up. There's going to be a lot of situations deep in the tournament where the decisions are worth a lot of money, where you have to figure out what to do with 10 or 15 blinds, and that's already something I can tell at this final table. There's quite a big disparity between some of the more experienced players and the less experienced ones. Like, for example, in this last hand in the small blind, it's a very easy shove for about 10 blinds with pocket 4s. It's not a hand you want to min raise. You're not really looking your opponent to come over the top of you. It's just a hand you want to move all in and try to take it down. So, you know, that's not what Emil did in the small blind, and I think that kind of, to me, certainly belays a lack of experience off of playing these stack sizes.
Is luck, but that he shoves in. Alleen is luck, or not? I think.
Unlucky for him.
Yeah, but
I mean, what can you do, you know?
yeah,
You have 9-5.
yeah.
Only way to win.
I mean, again, we saw that same decision with the ace-8 off in the previous hand. So normally, just to give you guys a sense of what the strategic, tactical decision-making process is, or the reason is when you have, let's say, 15 blinds, you want to be moving all in with most of your like decently strong hands,
I'm not going to look.
like offsuit aces, small, maybe even medium pairs, are a lot of the hands that are really favored by modern game theory to move all in those situations. And then you kind of like raise maybe 2.5 or 3 blinds. Some of your very strongest hands, the big pairs, ace king suited, king queen suited, hands like that, and then a few more bluffy hands that you're essentially raise folding, such as like the jack 5 off or the queen 4 off.
But important to have a little bit of balance, obviously.
Yeah.
After 10 p.m.
It's not 10 p.m. yet.
Yeah, but
Okay, fine.
it'll be more than
Fine by me.
Sinclair, on the heels of getting a walk, will offer one in turn to Marius Cicovanu, his second final table of this European edition of the World Series. Finished 8th in the 350 euro event number 1, the No Limit Hold'em opener.
Yeah, I told also everybody.
Picchieri
Hurt anything.
looking down at one of these tempting but occasionally troublesome holdings. Queen Jack offsuit up front.
I think in the hijack here, he'll probably elect to min raise so that he can get away from this if someone were to re-raise him. My guess is that's how he'll play it, and I like that decision.
Off of roughly 11 bigs, indeed, he comes with a little north of a min raise, and while we're splitting hairs, perhaps that 300,000 has no utility, the delta between a min raise open and the 3.5.
Yeah, I don't think so, but unlike some of the other times where people were going close to 3x, this is just a very small amount more, so I don't think it's a big deal.
But why deploy unnecessary soldiers to the battlefield?
Yeah, you don't need to. So you're very correct in that assessment. And but I would just say that in this particular case, that 300,000 only being, you know, under a quarter of a big blind, you know, he's raising to 2.2. As you know, a poker player would refer to, in other words, 2.2 times the big blind approximately. Whereas, you know, some of the other opens that we've been discussing as maybe being too big have been as large as 2.7, 2.8, or 3x, which is significantly more.
Not egregious by any stretch. And Emile Bisset mulling it over in the big blind. Obviously far too much hand to put into the muck, but temptations to 3-bet against Picchieri, who he has covered, are quelled. And so we'll play a 9.4 million chip pot heads up. And it is all Bisset on the ace 8-8 board, and he snap moves all in.
Whoa. So
it's an overbet with 13.5 effective behind him, and the look on your face tells me you are not a fan of that play, Brian.
Yeah, there's a lot of things wrong with it. So I mean, just going to the pre-flop situation, I mean, he obviously decided to give some respect to the hijack, which is under the gun 5-handed open, and just flatting. That said, he has one of the stronger hands he's going to have, the ace-10 off. The flop comes ace 8-8, a hand that in general figures to be better for the range of your opponent who opened in the hijack. And at that point, you want to trap and give your opponent a chance to c-bet with hands that have little equity versus you. Pick that up. You know, at that point, if you want to raise, you can. You can also just flat. But just moving all in right away is weird in that it doesn't really give your opponent a chance to put in money with hands that are worse than yours.
Yeah.
And in fact, that bet is so big that you're, in a weird sense, it's hard to really get called by hands that are worse than yours.
Correct.
You know, maybe your opponent will find a call with the ace-9 or ace-7 or ace-6 that they opened, sure. But those hands would bet eventually anyway if you checked. But it's a hand like queen-jack isn't going to c-bet. You're not going to pick that up. And even a hand like now kings or queens or jacks, your bet is kind of so big that those hands might even find a fold. Like, really, what's bluffing on ace-8-8 rainbow? There's not even a flush draw. So I just really am not a fan of that bet. I think it's basically the worst decision he could have made at that point.
Raise and take it for Giacovano there, and not to be overly critical, of course, but teachable moments here at the final table from the 5-time World Series of Poker bracelet winner. As we take another look at the leaderboard, 31 bigs, 22 and 19, then 10 and 6 respectively. And it is interesting because I think you and I are accustomed to seeing a lot more conservative, a lot milkier sort of approaches to these stack depths in some of the super high roller circuit events that we will see domestically here in the United States. And thus far here in this series, one of the kind of notable differences has been players' willingness to kind of play bigger pots and get in there and not really adhere to the ICM to the same extreme that we see it acknowledged stateside.
Yeah, you know, I think just in general, as somebody has less experience, there's just a number of ways in which you see that seep down into their decision making. That can be one of them. Their bet sizing, clearly. You know, I would say at this point, having watched out of the 5 remaining players, it seems that I would include Alessandro, the Italian, as one of the players who seems to have more experience. As we just saw, he moved all in the small blind with the small player, the preferred way to play it in that instance, as opposed to the raise, the raise decision that Emil made in the similar spot. And I would say probably Emil and Rolf, who we're currently looking at with the sevens, are the two players who probably have a little bit less experience. We're going to make a little bit more unconventional decisions from time to time, as opposed to the other two. The other three. And that's how at this point I would kind of break down these five.
Well, Picchieri is 28 years of age, has just about 24,000 in career tournament earnings by our count. Van Brug has 123,000.
Of course. No.
Jack just eliciting some information there. Would you call if I went all in? Of course. Okay, file that one away as well.
Yeah.
The reason why Jack perhaps asking that question is we can see Rolf made quite a large raise, not a 2x, raised to 5 million or so, going for about 4x or a little more. So Jack wondering maybe, what does the size mean? Does it mean, is he bluffing? Is he calling after I raise? And perhaps Rolf giving a very honest answer of, I would have called, even though he didn't say what his hand was. But it seems honest, given that his hand was 2 sevens.
And speaking of honest, this open from Picchieri with the ace-queen offsuit is exactly that. Rather than rip it all in there, he has put in over half of his stack and now faces the all-in from Giacomo, who's got him in dire straits. No hesitation, rips it all in from the big, and of course Alessandro knew what he would have to do if confronted with this situation, and in goes the rest. A beautiful situation for Marius, not so much for Alessandro, who is a big dog, heading to the flop in an almost 30 million chip pot.
Frosted top.
Huge pot here. Picchieri has 2 live flush draws, so to speak, with the ace of diamonds covering the king and the queen of spades. So, plan A is hit the queen. Plan B is probably try to make a flush.
And the look on his rails suggests they understand just how daunting the task ahead of him is.
I mean, pretty much a cooler for him. He's here looking at 8 big blinds in the cutoff with a strong hand, and just kind of runs into it. Really, we haven't seen too many of these. It's been a while since we've seen the last one of these confrontations that felt inevitable, of kind of like big hand versus big hand.
Yep.
Just, it's nice to be on the right side of it and sucks to be on the wrong side of it.
Very straightforward spot, and that flop is not helpful to Picchieri, who does not have a club in his hand. Obviously, a running wheel would be a opportunity.
Yeah, very little hope here. Now he's basically just down to the queen.
Running deuces or threes would work, but easier said than done. And there is the 4. So suddenly the queen for the win and the 5 for the chop, but he's not ready to get excited just yet.
Yeah, they don't show the chop outs on the screen, but he'll be very happy, even though they don't show the 4-5s, to hit one and chop this pot and stay in the tournament.
Will the Italian connect and stay alive? He will!
There's that smile.
Oh my goodness. On the other end of that smile is a pretty disgusted look on Giacovanu's face, and who can blame him? He had his man what felt like dead to rights there.
Yeah, he wins that pot. He jumps up to probably being about the same amount of chips as Rolf. As a chip leader, 4-handed, probably clearly feels in that spot that he has an experience advantage and ready to continue applying pressure. And everybody else would have moved up a pretty significant pay jump. But Picchieri catches a nice stroke of luck, and I'm happy to continue seeing him play.
And that extended play comes with an ace-8 suited.
So again, a decision here. I do expect him to play this hand as one of the shorter stacks. Ace-8 suited, I believe, is good enough in the hijack. The real question here is Min Rae's decision, if someone else plays back, or just jam yourself. I kind of like jamming, trying to get it through, but you know, I don't mind the other decision. I feel like fold is too tight and would not like that, and doesn't appear he's going to do that.
Well, doesn't appear that he's going to stick it all in there.
Yeah, but this is one of those, everybody seems to love these raise sizes where you're basically committing yourself, even though you're leaving some chips behind. Although I do guess in this case, because he went half, there probably are some scenarios where he's folding that other half and keeping the 7 million, right? As opposed to Sinclair when he puts in the 90% of his chips, right? And you're just like, are you ever finding the fold for the other 10%? And there, I do think if it's two guys all in behind him, with the ace-8 suited, he probably finds folds in those spots to save, you know, what amounts to 4 or 5 big blinds.
I mean, clearly, even though you and I have yet to see it in action, whether you leave 10% or 50% behind, the notion is you create the opportunity for yourself to enjoy a pay ladder with catastrophe ensuing behind you. But wouldn't you rather enjoy that pay ladder and then still have a, you know, reasonable number of chips with which to potentially be able to spin up and actually survive than something like 10%?
This is my answer.
Yeah, certainly, and that's why I think one of the arguments to maybe using a size more like what Picchieri did, the half sizing, to me, actually, of most of the instances at this final table where it's happened, that instance made the most sense to me, since I kind of liked playing ace-8 suited, as I said, a bit as a jam there, but maybe instead of jamming, you go with the half sizing, giving yourself a real opportunity to maybe fold if there's a couple all-ins behind you.
Yeah, and I think a couple of all-ins is the key there. Obviously, if one player moves all-in, then you understand that you're just going to end up going with it in all likelihood. Yes. But it's the all-in and then the bigger all-in behind it that you're really looking to identify as the exit.
Yeah, where in that case, like, not only is there a chance, obviously, that one of those players will bust and you ladder up, even though you're getting a better price from the pot, with that action, you can almost certainly expect your hand to be dominated by someone either having a bigger ace than ace-8 suited or a pair of eights or larger. If not the total nightmare situation of a bigger ace and a pair of eights or larger, where it is very difficult for you to win the pot. For example, ace-king versus pocket tens versus your ace-8.
Ciccovannu stays active with the 8-7 offsuit. Gets through a couple of napkins.
And so this is a very interesting tactical decision here, where despite the fact that Van Brug is the chip leader and normally maybe people in the spot would play tight, Ciccovannu has made a determination that Van Brug is not going to be applying ICM pressure on him and can actually be wider than normal in this spot in the cutoff, which I think is a very interesting strategic decision, and I kind of like it. And, you know, we can see how it plays out, but it looks like he'll probably c-bet and take this one down.
Yeah, he has hit the 8 on a paired board, where Van Brug has checked it with the queen-10. Facing a bet of 2.5 million.
It's a small bet, only about 30% of what was in there, which looked like about 8.8. So yeah, that's enough to get 2 overcards to fold and take it down. So again, Ciccovannu with some, you know, I like a lot of things about this hand. I like that strategic decision he made. I even like his bet sizing, which I think was a very nice bet size on that flop to target a hand like 2 overcards with nothing else to fold, putting that in an awkward spot. Yeah, you know, can I call here out of position, try to hit a queen or a 10, maybe hit a 9, pick up a straight draw? It's just enough where, yeah, the answer's probably going to come back no. Whereas had he bet a little smaller than that, like 1.5, 1.6 being the minimum rather, maybe that hand calls. And a lot larger than that, then of course those hands fold, but now, you know, you're risking a lot more to win what's in the middle. So I like the way he played that hand, and I actually don't think some of that was standard, but he's showing quite an aptitude to make dynamic strategic decisions here.
Yep, and that's obviously a very important skill to have in the fluid environment that is a final table. As he continues to familiarize himself with the opposition and their tendencies, and here Van Brug familiarizes himself with pocket 8s in the small blind against Sinclair, sitting on 44 million. He just open shoves.
So the last time he was here, he had 7s and made a large raise, and this time with essentially the same hand, he makes an all-in raise, and I think that's the right play here, is to just move all in and take down the pot most of the time with a strong hand against a player who's short on chips.
26 million.
26.
After that, I mean, you see the screen, you say, oh, he was a friendly guy.
So are those orange-red chips? Those are 500,000. Is that? And the pinkish purple chips are maybe 100,000. Is that what we're looking at?
Believe so.
Be careful with me, and you have to be friendly to me.
It appears Sinclair then is getting quite short.
But I took the chips.
It appears that he's under 10 million.
From you.
That's okay.
If I read his chip stack correctly.
I take from him
And for me,
and for you.
He is not in the top 3.
yes.
That much we know.
Okay, so this is a very tight fold as the chip leader with Queen 4 suited here. And perhaps a little too tight, but now it gives Sinclair an opportunity to fold a hand to play a hand he would have folded to a raise. I like his jam, though it appears he ran into a big hand.
Yeah, big is an understatement considering that his king is dominated. And Giovanni failed to eliminate Picchieri with an ace-king against ace-queen, finds himself in equally dominant waters here.
Yeah, Sinclair just has a pretty standard jam here. For 6 bigs or so, any king is good enough to go all in with, and I don't really think he has very much in terms of ICM considerations or restrictions on his play, considering he's considerably shorter than the next shortest stack that's in 4th. So I just think this was a good all-in, and you know, he just ran into a good hand that unfortunately dominates him.
Good decision, bad situation, but stranger things have happened here at this final table. Might King 5 work its way into some sort of miraculous double here? The 9-6 deuce board doesn't exactly help its causes.
No, the things to look at other than a 5 are there's 3 to a straight, a couple different ways here, 7-8 or 3-4, and the 2 diamonds when he has the 5 of diamonds. So
and the turn is a 7, so now the 8 or the 5 will work to give Sinclair a much needed double in this 17.6 million chip pot. You see Giovanni eagerly, anxiously swaying side to side. He can taste the pay jump, the elimination.
can he do it? Can he finally close somebody out with the best hand? All in. Is it time?
It is indeed. The board pairs, and that spells the end of the road for the tremendously accomplished Jack Sinclair, who won the 2018 World Series of Poker Europe main event, but will not be adding any bracelets to the trophy case here this evening. His stack absorbed by Giovanni, who is going to be giving Rolf van Brug a run for the chip lead. Jack will say his goodbyes and collect 71,845 euros for a couple of days' work.
You know, Marius Giacovano has to be pretty happy with that outcome. Not only does it catapult him to being slightly in the chip lead here, in a spot where he was already very comfortable playing as if he had the chip lead while he was in second, he also eliminated one of the tougher, more experienced players at the table. And as I said, as I kind of broke down the table in my estimation, you know, Giacovano and Picchieri and Sinclair being, it seemed like the more experienced pros, making what I would say some of the more game theory optimal decisions, as opposed to Emil and Rolf, who maybe have a little bit less experience, I would say, although that can sometimes make them tough. But in this case, you knock out a seasoned veteran, add his chips to your stack, and catapult to the chip lead. All in all, a very successful hand.
Now an A7 for Picchieri as action continues four-handed. 92,000, almost 93,000. On deck for a fourth place finish and a very meaningful, almost 23,000 euro pay jump to third. We see Alessandro ripping it in, and he's not going to get any patronage here. Notice, by the way, that Bisset has managed to basically play the fewest pots out of anyone at this final table, lay back, and work his way into a massive ladder, as ninth was worth 21,000 and change, and now he's got himself 93,000 roughly locked up, having come in with 30 bigs, 18.2, but just been whittled away at with kind of some card deadness, and here he is.
It shows the power of folding, as weird as that sounds, in these tournament final tables, where just staying alive, even though it might not really help you win the tournament because you need to get all the chips to win, it can definitely help you make more money by moving up the pay ladder. You know what I mean, Ollie?
Yes, sir. And while that's not necessarily as much of a consideration for some of the more decorated players who will be willing to take the higher variance approach and maybe look to exploit that tension that some people have who are looking to ladder, not necessarily to win, you can't argue with the soundness of the logic when it comes to acknowledging some of the ICM implications and finding yourself in the sort of spot where these four do. Raise and take it for Van Brug. And around and round we go here in Rosvadov. Have you had an opportunity to make it out there to any of these European World Series yet, Ras? Not necessarily Rosvadov, but elsewhere?
I went to one WSOP Europe. I don't remember exactly which year, but it was in Berlin.
Oh, interesting.
I was in Berlin, and it's the only time I've gone to Europe to play poker tournaments, was for that WSOP Europe.
And what did you think of the former East German nation?
I thought it was very interesting. There was a lot to see in Berlin. You know, I was there with my wife. We went and saw a couple different museums, a couple of the historical sites. Enjoyed our time there. It was quite pleasant. At the time, I felt, all in all, the size of the poker tournaments was not overwhelming, but it became a thing where it was sort of a mix of work and vacation.
Yeah.
Juliana was with me. We were at WSOP Berlin. You know, I played some poker there, but then afterwards we traveled for another week or two in Europe. You know, went down to Greece, and
nice.
Yeah, and it was quite nice, and we enjoyed Berlin.
Obviously, it's one of the nice benefits of having a global poker tour of sorts amongst the World Poker Tour, the World Series, the Triton Series. You can still work and then play and soak up a lot of different cultures and see this little blue marble as Van Brug sees Queen 9 and likes it for 4 million.
Which is a reasonable play here, raising the small blind. His sizing is perhaps a little small. I think most pros would decide 3x or maybe slightly more, 3.2. Now, Giovanni has an interesting decision. Does he decide to call? Does he 3-bet? I think call here against the second biggest chips in position against a player perhaps he feels he can outplay post-flop as well is totally reasonable.
And he flops himself top pair on the monotone board where Van Brug has the lone flush draw with the queen.
So yeah, all in all, you can see with the equities, a decent flop for Van Brug. His equity actually increased a little bit. We'll see how Giovanni decides to play. Van Brug with the quick check. I think almost clearly not going to fold. Giovanni could check this back, which would be the safer play. He opts to bet. I think we could... Okay, Van Brug just calls. I was curious to see whether Van Brug would decide to raise there. It wouldn't be unreasonable, but I think against a bet that small, calling is also perfectly reasonable and perhaps a little bit more normal. That said, I don't think you can really expect Queen High to get to showdown and win, which is one of the difficulties sometimes of playing passively out of position. It's hard to win the pot when you don't have the best hand.
Well, a second check now from Rolf, who called that flop barrel from Giovanni, which was modest in size. Now he's measuring out barrel number 2.
So my guess is if he decides to bet the turn, you probably will not bet the river unless an ace or a jack came. I think he's probably going to bet twice and then just be happy showing down at the end here rather than going for 3 streets of value. That would be my guess. Pretty difficult spot for Van Brug. Yep. Which kind of shows, you know, it's okay. He had the worst hand. There's only one more card to come. But it does show one of the things that can happen when you passively play your hand out of position, that you end up feeling somewhat forced to give up your hand in some of these spots.
Granted, it would have been ambitious to imagine without a club hitting the board or some other sort of inconvenient development that Giovanni was in the mood to fold an ace-jack.
Oh, definitely not. In that case, it definitely worked out. He could have, for example, had he led the flop, could have also led the turn, perhaps small again. Then he gets to realize his equity and can decide whether or not to bluff the river. Obviously, that line would not have gotten a hand as strong as ace-jack to fold, but could have gotten hands that are certainly beating Queen High to give up by the turn. But, you know, all in all, it was a very reasonably played pot. I'm really kind of just talking about alternate universes, alternate ways to play the hand. I don't think there was anything wrong with the way Rolf played it. I think it was totally fine, to be honest with you.
Picchieri in the cutoff with ace-7. Doubles is under the gun when we're playing four-handed, and he's coming off of just shy of 15 million.
One of my goals here in the booth with you, Ali, is to just give the viewers at home more to think about, right? Get their gray matter spinning around a little bit, saying, okay, what are other ways I could play this hand, and maybe even apply it to their own poker game. So that's why, you know, I sometimes postulate and, you know, pose what would happen if this happened or this, just to get people to think, you know,
maybe
about the
break
different
free
ways.
of
yes.
sort of
want to
habitual
break
thinking.
Free.
And King Jack, I believe it was, for Busset in the big, not going to fight.
Yeah, one of those spots here where, despite King Jack being a pretty good hand, and normally for like 9 bigs, a shove, you would call. Actually pretty reasonable for that call because of ICM considerations to shift to a fold. So actually I am, you know, I kind of like Emil's decision there. I think even though King Jack is a pretty strong hand and perhaps you're getting enough chip EV to call that, after factoring in the ICM considerations on the chips passing the spot.
Ace queen offsuit for Van Brug, second in chips with a little bit of distance between himself and Giovanni. He will open this pot to 4 million. Marius folds, and now to Bisset with the King 9 of hearts.
Asks himself, if I move all in, will Van Brug fold? Should I do that? Came back with the answer of no, and in this case it was the correct answer. Had he seen Van Brug's cards, he probably would have not gotten the gentleman to fold the ace-queen.
And Picchieri took his time, but says goodbye to a dusty one in the big.
Yeah, perhaps just trying to send a message that I'm going to think about defending my big blind. Whether or not that message is accurate, we don't know, but definitely a message he appears to be sending.
Giovanni now suited one gapper, opens it up and shows some of the convenience of being the chip leader. Sizing is a min raise to 3.2.
Yes, which we can see he's consistently doing, and you know, as we've sort of discussed here in the booth already, I think that's the best way to size here. With again, the reason being, if either of these two short stacks who have, you know, 10, 12, 15 big blinds, or even Van Brug, who has quite a few more, re-raise him, he can fold his hand while still applying pressure and attacking the pot.
Rolf did defend, and the King 9 turns into a gut shot straight draw. He checks it over to the 9-7, which is dust on this board, but nevertheless fires a continuation bet of 2.2 million. And without a heart in his hand, Van Brug obviously isn't in love, but deems the price right and will tear one off.
Yeah, I feel like that sizing is small enough that he's really kind of just targeting hands that have nothing. Well, if a hand connected in any way, even a gut shot, I would expect it to continue, but it's just a very cheap price as a c-bet trying to win the pot. You know, a hand like ace-4 off or king 8 off, you know, king 6 of diamonds, all those hands which are beating 9-7 will likely fold. But now that it's gotten checked to the river, given the flop action, the question is, will Giovanni bluff the river with a hand that certainly can't win its showdown?
The 9 is obviously a relevant bit of kit here.
Yeah, and he has to think, you know, if my opponent has a hand like king 9, king 10, ace 10, a heart draw, he's going to fold. But he opts not to bluff, and now is a little, you can see that lip biting, which is, to me, a sign that he realizes a bluff would have won the pot.
Yeah, absolutely. And furthermore, the rest of the table realizes that Giovanni was out there firing sub-king high, not only as the open, but as the c-bet. So things to be aware of. May not come as too much of a surprise given his chip lead and his desire to leverage it.
Yeah, I guess we'll see if other players start playing back at him some. We can definitely see at this point that he's been, you know, playing the most loose and aggressive here at the table, trying to pick up chips and leverage his stack. And you know, I guess we'll get to see in real time here, given the way some of these hands shake out, if people start playing back at him because they realize he's doing that. I think a pretty standard 8 to 9 big blind shove here with any ace on the button. Unfortunately, he's run into a pretty good hand, which the math, in my opinion, says should continue here. But, you know, we'll see what Van Brug comes back with. I think he'll probably call, but I'm not certain.
Well, it looks like he's put it into the muck, and then another ace surfaces behind him for Giacomo in the big blind. Obviously, for Van Brug, having both Picchieri and Bisset covered in chips and looking to maybe realize some of these pay jumps, you could see him navigate a little bit more conservatively.
Yeah, you know, Giacomo, in my opinion, I think this guy is thinking about strategic considerations beyond this hand. Could be asking himself, you know, if this is even, do I want to bust Picchieri? You know, maybe I want to keep him in because I feel like with other people worried about ICM, I'm stealing more pots than everyone else. So, you know, I actually think that there is some merit to his fold here, because I might come to the same conclusion as well if I'm him and want to pass up a spot like that I don't expect ace-5 off to really be much of a favorite against. The button's 9 big blind shoving range there. It'll be pretty close, and maybe I like my chances, you know, stealing pots more, letting that one go. So here we have a queen 6 off against, yep, I like this play. This is what I thought he was going to do.
And able to reclaim the big blind and ante that he gave to Picchieri.
Yeah, I would say based on everything, Giacomo seems to have a pretty solid understanding of short stack play and you know, GTO 10 big blind shoving ranges. I mean, Queen X offsuit is an all-in for 9 bigs from the small there, and he knows that. Didn't seem too queasy about that decision, and even knows at that point that Emil beyond standard ranges will probably call a little bit tighter, not wanting to put his entire chip stack at risk when Picchieri is also quite short.
Well, we've got some bad news for the shorter stacks. The blinds are at 1 and 2 million now, and no sooner do they tick up than Emil Bisset gets after it with Queen 10 offsuit.
Interesting decision for Picchieri here. So the ICM considerations that would normally be in play are a little bit off the table because the player you're calling is the other player who's short. That said, your hand is kind of weak, and especially if you think Bizet's shoving a tighter range than a standard GTO shove would be there for, let's say, 9 blinds, which I think is a pretty good assumption for a lot of players playing smaller tournaments. Usually when players deviate from GTO shoving ranges at, say, like 9 blinds in tournaments like these, I have found that generally it's tighter, which could turn Queen 4 suited, which I would guess is probably a small call at 9 blinds into a small fold. So taking all that and sliding into the computer, I kind of like the decision that Picchieri arrived at after weighing his options.
And he certainly agreed with your assessment as he put it into the muck, and Emil looked back at his rail for a little affirmation that he is trending in the right direction, and he's going to enjoy the look of a suited connector on the button here, coming off of 18.4 million.
Let's do it, bro. You and me, put this 10-9, put it all in, 18.4. It's the right play.
It's so much easier said than done, though, Rast, when you're
Yeah.
out there and you don't maybe have the level of experience and you're under the lights and you're enjoying this moment, and this 10-9 is now dominated by Jack 10 offsuit, which presumably would be a snap fold in the face of the open all-in. Now, however, could curiosity be piqued for Alessandro?
You know, I think flatting here is just not really a play, and Picchieri seems experienced enough to not do it. I wonder if he's thinking, if I go all-in, will my opponent fold? Is he raising here to fold versus an all-in? Decides not to find out. You know, actually, 10-9 suited to me is a hand that plays very well. Like, let's say you jam, and your opponent's calling you. Maybe one of your opponents folds the ace-9 offsuit, or definitely the king-9 or king-10. especially having watched some of Van Brug's cards, you know, calls you with hands like 7s or 6s or ace-jack, king-queen, all hands that don't dominate you. And 10-9 suited has pretty good all-in C5 card equity. And if you are going to raise, again, why risk that extra half a big blind over 3.2, the 800,000 to 4 million, you know, if your plan is to raise and then fold. But, you know, nobody had anything, and so he got it through.
Onwards we march here in the mini main. Event number 3 of the World Series of Poker Europe at the King's Resort. King 10 offsuit on the button.
7 big blinds. I think he will just decide to put it all in. Doesn't seem really to be any reason to raise and fold off of a stack this small. Perhaps he does, yeah, the half a stack, this, whatever, nonsense. But, you know, just opts against it. We're going to put it all in and see what happens.
Oh, Giovanni has him in rough shape with King Queen, and obviously he's got more than enough chips to make the call, which he's done, and he'll be thrilled to see that he's up against King 10. Conversely, Alessandro not going to be pleased, but let's not forget this is the man who took Ace Queen up against Ace King and managed to come out with a chop. Might he somehow miraculously be able to avoid elimination yet again?
We might want to change Giovanni's name, or at least give him the nickname Wake Up, because the man just wakes up in the blind after someone has shoved with a hand that dominates them.
Yeah.
It's the 3rd time now. We have the Ace King to the Ace Queen, we have the Ace King to the King 5, and now the King Queen to the King 10. So,
but he's really looking to just put someone to bed.
wow. I mean, that will pretty much do it here. Needs runner to catch up to King Queen on that flop.
Yeah, an Ace Jack 9 or 10 are requirements to really keep Picchieri's hopes alive.
And Wake Up will probably do it here.
I don't know, 3 people in there.
30.4 million chip pot.
And
The turn is a 4, and it is a wrap for the Italian, Alessandro Picchieri, who will finish in 4th place and collect almost 93,000 euros. One might argue that he was on borrowed time after having doubled with the Ace Queen, but obviously
Can I have another table, the third table? You need it.
improbable comebacks
I asked for a table.
are
Move Platz, no?
the stuff of legend in poker for a reason. Every now and again they come in, but not this time. And you see the distribution, as Bisset will be the short stack heading into 3-handed play, having locked up 122,000 plus. Van Brug in 2nd, and Giovanni, your chip leader.
Well played, Alessandro. You know, despite the fact that the kid has only 24,000 in live tournament earnings and has essentially almost quadrupled that, I actually think he played quite well and showed that he has, you know, quite some card sense and knows what's going on. So, well played.
Well, speaking of card sense and knowing what's going on, Giovanni just rips it in there with the suited 10, not premium stuff, but understands.
I mean, this will probably be the Giovanni show. It's now a very good situation for him where he's gotten it down to 2 of the what appears to be less experienced players out of some of the group that was remaining. He has the chip lead. He has position on the person 2nd in chips. And at this point, he's probably just going to keep on applying pressure.
How much?
4 million.
A bit of a decision for Bizet here, who knows, probably has a feeling at this point that Gicovanu's getting out of line. Doesn't have a great hand, but a solid one. So, okay, so he
Flats.
opts to call.
Yeah.
You know, Bizet also is much shorter than the other two players. So, you know, despite the fact that it's quite the ladder from third to second, you know, definitely needs to take some risk. And I think playing this hand against somebody who you might even think is playing almost every hand on the button seems reasonable to me. And, you know, calling as opposed to jamming to take 3 cards off and see what comes is it's a reasonable option.
And the flop comes 2 spades, 2 5s, and an ace. Real no man's land for Bizet, and Gicovanu has the worst hand, but has the big stack and position, as well as initiative here.
Which will very likely be enough to win. Unless Bizet goes back into the tank for the just rip all in as the non-pre-flop aggressor on the ace-high paired board, which he did on the ace-8-8. That time, however, he had ace-10. This time, he has nothing. What will he do? He's definitely thinking about doing something.
Yeah. Is there some balance to his honey badger-like ways?
I will note the other time he ripped all in pretty quickly, and this time he is really taking his time to think about it, which my guess is we can all see, and we know his hands. There was a difference in those two situations. Will Gicovanu have picked that up? Will he have any idea what Bizet had in the other hand?
Pretty big tank there from Bizet, and ultimately he does come with the check. And note that Gicovanu not making a meal at all out of all the time that Bizet took there. Still comes with the follow through and earns himself the pot.
Yeah, you know, there's a lot of ways to interpret that. Is my opponent sitting there thinking about whether or not he should bluff, or is he sitting there thinking about what he's doing with a big hand? I mean, I think I would expect my opponent, if he has something at that point, if he has a hand, it would be spades or an ace. You know, I don't generally think if my opponent somehow called with a hand that has a 5 in it, is he tanking for a minute out of position with a really strong hand? That would be a pretty weird way to play it. Most people wouldn't do that. And so far, our Romanian friend with the chip lead winning every pot 3-handed. And with the button probably folding 6 deuce off, might win the next hand as well, as I expect him to shove pretty wide here versus the big blind.
Oh,
And
King
this will
7
qualify.
is more than enough.
The long look there at your cards is generally not a good hand.
Yeah. The squeeze
Yeah.
and stare and lament.
Like, I can't believe it. He just keeps raising and I never win. Why is this hand only a 4 and a 3?
Somewhat powerless to do anything about it is Bizet at this point, and he is going to have to draw a line in the sand sooner than later as his stack continues to be eaten away by these ever-escalating blinds.
Yeah, it's 5 million every 3 hands for him. I mean, he can, at 10 million after this pot, he can actually only afford 6 more hands before he's out of chips, essentially. So now Van Brug has 8s. To me, I mean, this is a very clear shove. Here's why. First, just in general here 20 big blinds. Eights is a good enough hand against a button raise, but especially when you have somebody who's the chip leader and going to be raising a lot of pots on the button, you know, you kind of want to just get it all in, probably take it down, or C5. You don't want, this is going to really illustrate it, but he's out of position, 2 overcards. It's a very difficult spot to navigate. And now
he's looking over at Bisset's stack, and he's looking at that pay ladder from third to second, and these things are not lost on him. He does call the 2.6 million.
Which I think is very reasonable against a bet size that was that small. It was a very small bet size.
Third overcard to the 8s appears. Giovanni has picked up a Broadway straight draw.
Now this is a spot where we might see him double barrel here with king high, which is almost certainly no good. But he does have, you know, there aren't that many draws on this board, right? There's no flush draw, and there aren't really good straight draws. So, you know, it's a spot where king high, which has no showdown, plus a gut shot, is a good candidate to double barrel. And he finds it and gets the 8s to fold. And, you know, here's an example where I feel like that this experience, you know, not knowing kind of that shoving 8s is a little bit better than calling here, you know, cost him a pot that he would have won had he shoved. But as played, Giovanni found a way to win with the worst hand.
The 32-year-old has looked very impressive here at this final table. I think he's earned some respect from this booth without question.
Yeah, really over the course of this final table, he's just really made a lot of good decisions and, you know, had a lot of good luck as well. But that combination of good luck and good decisions have, at this point, resulted in him having really a massive chip lead at this point. And I like this fold here in a situation where, you know, at this point, Giovanni's chip lead is so big, and your opponent's about to put what amounts to 40% of his chips out in the stack into the next hand.
Yep.
You might just want to think about laddering up to second and then think about playing heads up as Rolf van Brug. So again, I expect him to play pretty tight here, and this hand probably find its way to the muck.
There's nothing more disastrous than taking that 31 million and then hitting the locker room after getting involved in a needless confrontation against the chip leader and allowing Emile Bisset to be the man who battles heads up.
Giovanni showing there that he can take one off.
Yeah.
The aggression perhaps isn't mindless, and
Not
I like
100%.
his fold. Literally the worst hand, 3 high offsuit, versus a big blind who, despite being short, is much shorter than the second place and would probably find some calls. So, you know, it's not mindless aggression.
And Bisset has moved all in from the small with king 7 suited, and Van Brug not enough kit to do anything about it, as he will fold and give Emile his big and the ante money.
So the last 2 hands have closed some of the gap between Emile and Rolf in third and second. You can see Emile here up to 15 million. I guess after that last hand, Rolf is down around 26 or so. So now a very awkward stack size here to have queen deuce off with about 13 big blinds. What will he decide to do? Okay, continue to play it conservative, still out chipping third by quite a few, and perhaps deciding at this point he wants to try to ladder. Very reasonable decision.
Patience. as Giovanni approaches the 100 million chip mark. What a beautiful scenario for him here. Ten-9 offsuit for Van Brug. Obviously, as he sits and tries to outlast Bisset, the risk is that Emil will double through Giovanni and then leave him the man on the short stack being weighted out.
Of course, but by waiting, just as he could double through, he could also bust. So by waiting out, you at least, let's say it was 50-50. You have that 50-50 shot of moving up. And then, of course, if Emil Bizet were to double, then, you know, strategically you could go back to the drawing board and open it up a little bit. But, right, that's part of the power of folding. You know, the other way it perhaps backfires is rather than an all-in confrontation, maybe Emil ends up winning a bunch of small pots. But given the way Giovanni has been playing, that seems quite unlikely. Giovanni is being very aggressive.
All in.
Oh, and now Bisset realizes the bell tolls and decides the Jack-4 is the one to go with. And might Van Brug take a pass with 6-5 offsuit, and would it be a mistake to do so?
I think even though we can see here that perhaps he was at 42 or 3%, maybe he was getting the right price to call, I think it's a pass. You can't know your opponent's going to have Jack-4 off. And, you know, I like Emil's play. I think it was a good shove, and I just don't think there's anything you can do when you're staring at the 6-high offsuit.
So both players doing what they were supposed to do there, and
That is
a bit
my
of
feeling.
nervous laughter for Bisset, who is being told by Giovanni, I think I'm going to play heads up with you. Well, a little bit of disrespect to Van Brug, perhaps, who actually has Bisset out-chipped, or at least had him out-chipped until that last pot. Still does. Now wakes up with an ace-king offsuit. And here he has an opportunity to just move all in, but might he tighten up as he continues to try to outlast Bisset? No.
Yeah.
Rips it in.
Nice.
Oh, Queen-9 suited.
Yeah, which I think he'll find the fold. I mean, it's 11 bigs, and his opponent is kind of seems like maybe he's playing tight. I mean, he doesn't get to see the cards, so you can't know. But, yeah, it feels like a good pass to me. A hand that perhaps if my opponent was shoving very wide, as maybe he should at 11 bigs, would just qualify as a call. You know, if I think my opponent's tightened up a little bit, we'll flip it to a pass, and that's the determination he makes, and I think a good one.
How much you playing, sir?
So now we actually get to see more of what Van Brug's strategy is, because now he has a pretty good hand here, ace-4 suited at 13 bigs. You know, this is a hand that is good enough to jam. You could also decide to min raise, probably. Yeah, okay. I like this. I like this play here.
Sheds Queen-10 offsuit and the 5-4.
I mean, I don't think ace-king off really shows too much in the last hand, but the ace-4 suited shows that even though Van Brug is maybe going to play conservative to try to get second, he's not going to play nothing.
Seven, 3 off. Not nearly enough for Giovanni. And now Bisset picks up an ace-4 offsuit, says all in. Will Van Brug have enough to fight? No. Dusty 9 deuce.
A lot of dusty hands. We're seeing too many decisions once someone moves all in. Giovanni to me, it's one of those things where he's actually gotten quite a few like bottom 5% hands here. The deuce 7 off, the deuce 3 off, like now the 3-7 off. He kind of feels like, wow, I really want to be applying pressure on these guys. Maybe because I've folded a few, should I go ahead and raise a hand that I know I shouldn't here just because I've shown them I'm not playing everything? But you know, I kind of like his decision to go ahead and fold the 3-7 off.
I mean,
that.
he can so afford to just sit back and allow this war of attrition to continue between these two guys and really just end up being the beneficiary of the ladder and still be poised to have a very dominant chip lead against whomever ends up being his opponent heads up.
Yeah, you know, I think there's just no reason to go that low. Even though, you know, you folded the button with deuce 3 off last time, your opponents have like 8 and 11 big blind stacks, and you know, at least if you're gonna min raise, fold something, make it something with like a jack queen king in it, where you're you know, you have a blocker. And
well, on the button, it's one thing, but out of the small, it is another. And the all-in from Giovanni as he continues to just whittle.
now that's a hand where, because Bizet is going to have some, you know, I'd say standard ranges there. The 10 deuce off, when you're looking at 8-9 big blind effective stacks, is a fold. But when you think your opponent might fold a little bit tighter because he's got that ICM pressure of maybe if I'm Emil and I wait and Rolf ends up going out before me, I can move up second from 123 to 165,000, pretty big pay jump. It kind of could shift maybe almost anything into being a plus EV jam there as Giovanni, and that's what he decided and ended up working out.
King 8 suited on the button. Decides to move all in. And this is just not enough. Nice pickup there from Arias.
And really nothing to see about that hand. King 8 suited, a hand that's really strong enough to do it anyways for 11 blinds, and nobody even had a decision in the blinds about whether to call him.
Knocking on the door of 107 million is Marius Giovanni with 53 bigs. Rolf van Brug with a better than 2-1 chip lead over Emil Bizet, as he is just looking to outlast the Swissman.
76% of the total chips. I mean, at this point, these two guys are really... Now, this is a play. Okay, so with 10.4, he's getting short enough that he sort of can't afford to pay the blinds, and has decided queen 6 off is just good enough. It's a close decision, because it's the chip leader's big blind, and he's somewhat incentivized to call you given how little it is. And we'll see whether or not he even feels queen 8 might be enough here. So, you know, yeah, he did. Be very happy to see the news. Wake up. Just wakes up with dominating hand every time.
Again, we find him with the best of it. Obviously, you see the percentages don't add up to 100. Roughly 21% of the time, these guys might find themselves in a chop. And Bizet looks a little bit besmirched, not understanding perhaps why it is that queen 8 would elect to draw the line.
Yeah, I mean, it ultimately comes down to kind of pot odds there, and queen 8 off probably just Giovanni feeling like it's just enough. Like maybe he folds the queen 7 off, to be honest, and calls queen 9 for sure.
And he could very well know that Bizet's range was very doubtful to include something like the queen 6, which is an absolute best case scenario. But if you can have 2 live cards and take a look at a full board, it'll be in decent shape. King 10-10, and opportunities surfacing in a
certainly
almost 24 million chip pot. Now.
In fact, it's likely a chop, as you can see, because their percentages only add up to 39%. So 60% of the time, you know, on a jack, on an ace, on a 9,
my
this
God.
pot
Keine mehr,
chops.
Mann. Kommt keine mehr. Sag mir einfach, dass keine 8 kommt.
Somehow a 6 rolls off the deck, and Giovanni has got to be devastated by that development.
Sag mir, was kommt.
A chop, sure, but scoop me?
Yeah, wow. That will vault Bisset up to being, there we are. Now Bisset has about as many chips as Rolf, and you know, Giovanni still has a very dominating chip lead, and these other two players now with being the same amount. We'll see whether or not it turns into a bit of a waiting game. I mean, obviously at 10, 11, 12 big blind stacks, there's a certain amount of, okay, my hand's definitely good enough, I'm getting it in. But, you know, now either one can sort of outweight the other one and move up a significant pay jump here.
Very fortunate turn of events, no pun intended, for Bisset, who leaves Van Brug third in chips as they are neck and neck. Giovanni on the wrong end of that exchange somehow. Back down to sub 100 million, but still sits very pretty with the 47 bigs. Two sevens for Giovanni. He asks for the whole thing.
Call.
And Bisset snap calls. He has ace jack off suit here. Slams it down, but is behind.
Da komme ich wieder. Ich komme wieder. Ich komme schon wieder.
Heads right back over to his rail. They did so well for him last time around. And this pot has become more meaningful than the last, with Bisset having already doubled through Giovanni once. .9% edge for the Romanian, who is looking to punch his ticket into heads-up play. It has taken longer than he might have expected. 45.6 million in the middle, and again, Bisset. Has himself in front, top pair with the ace jack, the sevens in need of help.
Yeah, and this pot seems to represent the first hand that will really kind of change the dynamic that's happening here, with a significant piece of Giovanni's stack sliding out, and as long as there's no 7 on the river, to one of his opponents. And going down to only having half of the chips.
Kom, mach die Karte auf, Mann. Kom jetzt.
Just got to fade 2 outs, and he's done it. And genuine emotions being exchanged there between Bisset and his rail.
Yes, the 43-year-old poker player, married with 4 kids. Pretty happy to move up and have a much better chance at that nearly 261,000 euros.
Bisset did win a World Series of Poker International Circuit ring in Rosvadov once upon a time, the lion's share of his $213,000 in career tournament earnings. And here he is with a better than 2-1 chip lead over Rolf van Brug, who was trying to outlast him, but now has the weight on his shoulders, with Ciccovannu no longer the overwhelming chip lead.
And is turning into somewhat prophetic call on him and Emil being the two to play heads up. At this point, that looks like the most likely scenario to play out. So the aggression not slowing down.
Not if Van Brug has anything to say about it.
Moment. Okay.
So Van Brug appears to have identified the fact that he can no longer wait now that he has the shortest stack, and defending a weaker hand than perhaps earlier he would have. And
flops himself bottom pair. 2 overs out there. Ciccovannu has the 9 and the club working, and Van Brug just rips it in.
And it got the job done. A non-standard play. Again, definitely don't want to be called, because I think when you're ever called, you're not good. You do take away your opponent's ability to bluff you off the hand, perhaps. You know, what I would say is, if you did decide that you wanted to risk all your chips, why not think about just checking and never folding to a bet, saying no matter what comes, I will call this off, right? I mean, actually with 9-7 and the 9 of clubs on King, Queen, Jack, I think for sure Ciccovannu would have bet at least one time at that pot, perhaps more depending on what other cards came out. So, you know, you're ripping it all in as first to act there does take away your opponent's ability to bluff.
Smile because we're having fun. No? No fun? Yeah, you lose 2 pots, so not fun.
Maybe later.
Maybe later, yeah.
Van Brug trying to get Ciccovannu to
No one wants to
flash
talk
a
about the
smile.
deal? No one wants to talk about
No.
No, okay. No, it's only asking now.
WSOP is not allowed in.
Oh, sorry. I didn't know. So.
But Marius not in the mood after having been the punching bag of late here against these 2 shorter stacks. And he was going to be a customer with this ace-8. Van Brug asking for a deal there, and Marius replying that it's not allowed at the World Series of Poker.
Yeah, I think if you make a deal in World Series tournaments, I believe it needs to be kind of a handshake deal or whatever. The WSOP doesn't pause the clock and allow, you know, official deals to be made, which, you know, makes it quite difficult to make a deal, because now you're just completely trusting somebody you don't even know to chop up large amounts of money. So, you know, to my knowledge, very, very few deals happen in WSOP events because of this. For my part.
Do you have any knowledge of anyone scumming anyone?
You know, I don't have anything where I could say, but I have heard someone say a story that a deal was made at some tournament and someone got scummed. I don't remember who or what, but I've heard that it's happened.
Obviously, we open ourselves up to that sort of stuff if it's an unofficial, off-the-book sort of transaction. And I think the spirit of that rule for the World Series is to protect the integrity of the event and obviously retain the cachet of the bracelet, and I understand it. Some players have been outspoken in their hostility toward it. I think it's not player-friendly, but I think both perspectives can be related to.
I agree 100% with what you just said. Oh, this seemed a very confident all-in.
Oh, yeah.
You can see it's a very confident hand. Ciccovannu, for the first time, not going with the min-raise sizing. Not exactly sure why, but it did happen to cost him an extra 500,000 in chips this hand.
By the way, it's starting to unravel for him a little bit. This is not what he imagined, and you saw a little bit of mustard on that muck there as he rifled it in.
And a bit of an expression on his face just there as you were making that comment. So Yeah, it's after it appeared to be a runaway freight train without a brake. Brakes are being applied, and
Involuntarily.
yeah, he still has the chip lead. Let's not get too hasty, but yes, it's definitely not as commanding a situation when he was close to 80% of the total chips in play, and now he's certainly under 50% of them. Oh, hello.
This'll work. And that will not.
Cannot.
There's a peek at the payouts. Presented by GG Poker, 122,000 euros is not going to be a shabby outcome for whomever finishes in third, but the ladder is significant up to second place. Talking about 42,000 euros plus. In what looked to be a war of attrition between Van Brug and Bisset, but now
Can I have a count?
all outcomes feel like they're on the table as Van Brug has moved all in on the button for 25-5, and Giovanni has woken up with these 2 8s.
Yeah, I don't expect him to fold this. It's interesting because Van Brug really hasn't moved in with a weak hand yet since we've gotten three-handed. Maybe finally, you know, it's weird. It's a spot where with queens, he moved all in, didn't get a caller. Maybe was thinking, man, nobody ever calls me. I'm just going to move in next hand. And now, even though he runs into a hand, he's going to be somewhat happy to see that he actually has 2 overcards and nearly 50% equity, which you're probably not expecting very often when you get called with 10-9 offsuit.
Yeah, I think you expect to be up against 2 overs more often than not, but the underpair to the 10-9 is
The door is changed.
pretty good spot to be in, all things considered.
And this is where we can really see kind of if the wheels will continue to fall off for Giovanni, because were he to lose this pot, he might not even be the chip leader anymore. And it will be a 3-way race. Were he to win, he would vault back into having the chip lead, and it would be heads up.
2 7s and a 5, and the 8s are looking good.
Cannot make a straight because were an 8 to come, which would be necessary for Van Brug to make a straight, it would give Giovanni a full house. So only a 10 or a 9 really to win the spot.
6 outs twice. 55 million in the middle. Their turn is a 4, and the light begins to flicker at the end of the tunnel for Van Brug, who certainly outkicked his coverage with respect to what we might have anticipated his finish to be, given just how short he got. And the deuce on the end. Giovanni has righted a listing ship, eliminating the Dutchman Van Brug, who should hold his head up high. Nice little bundle going his way, 122,000 euros. And Emil Bisset has managed to effectively lay back and get himself heads up against Marius Giovanni here in the mini main.
Yes, well played, sir. You parlayed up one of the shortest people at the beginning of the final table. There was, we can see looking at the stacks, 5 players who were quite short, and out of all 5 of those players, Rolf van Brug did the best.
Made it exciting, will be missed, but we must work toward a champion. And a better than 2-1 chip lead is what the Romanian Marius Giovanni will be taking into heads-up play against the Swissman, Emil Bisset. As you see the leaderboard brought to you by GG Poker, Brian and I are going to step aside and reset things for heads-up play. It's going to be a quick break. Don't go anywhere. We'll return shortly. And so the stage is set from King's Resort in Rozvadov, Czech Republic for the finale of the mini main event number 3, a 1,350 euro buy-in where 260,000 plus and a bracelet awaits our champ, 164,000, almost 165, locked up by both of these players. The Swissman Emil Bisset with 45.1 going up against Marius Giacovano, 94.7, and a very key pot there for Giacovano prior to the break, getting himself heads up as he was trending in the wrong direction. Ali Najad alongside 5-time World Series of Poker bracelet winner Brian Rast, pleased to be bringing you this streaming coverage.
Yes, sir. Heads up for rolls.
Yeah, that's what it's all about. No hiding places.
It appears both these guys have had a decent-sized cash before. Marius's biggest $437,000 and Emil's $213,000. So certainly both of them will not be wowed by this $95,000 pay jump, which is very significant, but you know, not one that they are completely stranger to.
9-8-4 Rainbow, the first pot of heads-up play where Giacovano turns king high into a pair of deuces. And Bisset will ask a question. Out of position?
Yeah, he thinks maybe queen high is not good too often. You know, can I get my opponent to fold some better hands like king high, ace high?
The answer is yes.
A small pair.
Yeah,
the answer is yes.
Folded, and I wonder whether or not that's going to sort of set some expectations for us. I think Marius's impressions of Bisset are such that it's a fairly straightforward approach that he should be taking when he's willing to commit chips to a pot. I don't think there's the anticipation that he's going to be doing it altogether too light, though we do remember the queen 6 against the queen 8.
Yeah.
But he was down to so little at that point in time that it was somewhat understandable. Here, wake up.
Yeah, wake up. Jack only wakes up. You know, yeah, it's interesting. I mean, if his expectation is that Bisset will play very conservative post-flop, you know, Bisset might be upending that expectation, as we just saw with that queen 3 and some willingness to get after it. You know, that was just one pot. We can see how this folds. Wow, now this is a surprising development. I feel like heads up, when you limp the button there with a hand as strong as king 10 off, your opponent raises the big blind. It's not exactly what you wanted to see. That said, only 3x. It's only 2 big blinds more. You're getting a pretty good price there.
And you'll have position.
You'll have position. There's your 1 plus the 3 plus the ante. That's 5 big blinds. You only got to call 2 more. 2.5 to 1 immediate price on your money. Now we can see he was dominated, but I think that's a spot where you sort of have to peel in any kind of like winning heads-up play.
Oh, and Bisset ready to play for it all as he moves all in with king jack.
Well, this will certainly work.
42 million. Fairly sizable, given the relative depths that they're playing from. And it does kind of give you the feeling that this one could be decided sooner than later if we're going to be taking that sort of approach.
Certainly. I mean, also given just how short their stacks are ultimately. I mean, it's a lot of chips, but when you look at the big blinds, it's not too many. And
but we've seen some real small ball. We've seen some people really stretch.
Yeah.
At this depth, you know, the likes of Phil Hellmuth comes to mind as somebody who is really willing to just grind off of a fairly short stack.
True. Yeah, but these so far not grinding.
No. Queen 9 hits the muck as Bisset cobbles once more.
Though it looks like, getting a gander here at their respective strategies, that Marius is going to be playing some more small ball and trying to pick up some pots, hoping maybe Emil overfolds here pre-flop, whereas Emil is kind of just willing to risk it all and try to take it down.
Yeah, I mean, Giovanni may be denied the opportunity to play that small ball if Bisset continues to apply pressure the way that he does. And not alleging that Emil is staring across the felt and thinking to himself, I'm outclassed in any way, shape, or form. But oftentimes the advice that we do give players if they find themselves in those sorts of waters are to reduce the number of decisions and create higher variance and be willing to just gamble, because in the end you'll bode better in that spot. You'll fare better, rather.
Now, break, 5
Yes, yeah, I have no idea what Emil thinks
70-50, you know.
in terms of their respective abilities and whether he has an advantage or not. And this could just very easily be his style. So, you know, but it does look like Marius will be doing more like min raising. If Bizet limps, he will be, you know, 3xing here, trying to win some pre-flop pots. You know, this reminds me a little bit of, in a way, of what ended up being some of the. Did you watch the World Series of Poker main event when the two players got heads up?
Yeah.
There was a little bit of this strategy that was employed by the winner, and he had a little bit more of the small ball, just trying to win some pots pre-flop. That Corey Aldemir employed quite a bit with some success
Against George Holmes?
Yes, and in fact, my estimation, having watched the heads-up match, was really the place where Corey's had the biggest advantage was in their pre-flop strategies. Because actually, I was very impressed and even thought overall post-flop Holmes probably slightly outplayed Corey. A lot of very good folds, a lot of very good bluffs, but really Corey's pre-flop strategy really came in, and it ended up being a lot to overcome. You know, among other things, like I also think there's a bit of endurance. I feel like over the many hours, especially probably after 9 days of play, maybe Holmes got a little tired. And I even think if you look at that final day, he came in, he clearly had a strategy to go for it. And some of that sharpness in how he used that strategy waned a little bit as those hours went by over that last day, as they got three-handed, then down to heads up. But
my goodness. Bisset showing us a 5-tray offsuit here. Well, Max Gamble being employed.
Yeah, he's definitely going for it quite a bit here, and it's going to be interesting to see as this keeps up. You've got to expect Giovanni now is like noticing he's shoving quite a bit and might start to call the 20 big blind shove maybe a little looser. In other words, not call something that's sort of he figures to be kind of the right play against someone who's shoving wide, as opposed to, I think earlier we saw him fold a hand in a similar spot that was close.
We both agree that we don't necessarily know what Bisset's perceptions of himself versus Giovanni in this spot are, as we see an all-in and a call, but it does feel like Marius favors himself against Bisset.
Yeah.
And yet he's willing to get it all in with the 2-5s instead of trying to grind his man down, and Bisset indulging here with the ace-4.
Yeah, I think 5s is a example of a candidate that's a really good shove at 15 blinds. You know, you're very happy to deny equity against hands that might not call your all-in, such as, say, like Queen 8, you know, Jack 7. They're not calling a 15 big blind shove, whereas they'll call a smaller bet. So, you know, in some hands that call, such as this. So I think Giovanni, despite wanting to play small ball, just feels, and I think correctly, that 5s is still a hand that just plays very well as a shove.
And it looks very good here on the 7-6 deuce board, where Bisset needs help. 96.2 million in the middle.
A lot of help. This is not a good flop for him.
Ooh. He makes a 4, but does not have the flush draw. Giovanni picks up the open ender and the diamonds.
Only improves by 1 out because the ace of diamonds went away, even though he picked up 2 4s.
4 outs for the Swissman, and there is one of them. The outpouring of emotion and a stoic Giovanni. as roles have been reversed here in Rozvadov.
Yes, Barry Greenstein shows up in force with the ace on the river. What a card.
Listen, you'd think this thing was over the way these guys are celebrating. There's work left to be done. Conclusions are not foregone, my friend.
No, they are not. And one of the things I feel like, you know, being in situations like this is it's a little dangerous to allow this type of emotional release when there's still play to be had, because I feel like it can distract you from really playing your best. Getting too high or too low when there's still play left. So, you know, it was a big pot. Clearly he loses, he's in second, now he has a commanding chip lead. But, you know, his opponent is tough and experienced, and, you know, his chip lead's still only 2-1, so definitely don't want to over-celebrate. You know, I think in poker, when we talk about tilt, the biggest way people usually talk about tilt is, you know, you're losing, you're having bad luck, things go bad. Let's call that loser's tilt. But I think there's very clearly a form of winner's tilt, which is sometimes when you're winning, the flip side of emotions can cause you to make bad decisions. Whether in this case, over-celebratory, or, you know, in the other case of, let's say, you're winning and things are going well and you start to overestimate your chances of certain things happen, and you're going to try a very overly ambitious bluff that maybe you wouldn't normally try, but you just think everything's going to fall your way, and, you know, so I think winner's tilt's real.
Confirmation bias, maybe, as things go your way a little more than they were supposed to.
Check it down.
So I would just, you know, I don't know, but I would, watching as an outside observer, and, you know, I would be a little cautious in that spot to celebrate way too hard when there's still play left to be had. You know, like in the NBA Finals, you don't see LeBron James jump up and down and drink champagne and pour it over his opponents when there's still a minute left in the fourth quarter, even if they're up by 3 points, you know?
Yeah. It's a little more than a 3-point lead, I would say, right now, but nevertheless, as Ciccovannu just experienced, the home stretch can be an elusive animal. That finish line. Now.
Oh, wow. I mean, probably calling this. This is exactly.
Yeah. And Bisset looks to close it out with a 1-2 punch, sitting on King-9 suited. A dog against the Ace-3 suited. You can see the emotion in Ciccovannu as he slammed the call out there.
Yeah, I mean, he was just a huge favorite to win this tournament with 1 to come, and got 4 outed. And
almost a 3-2 favorite here.
Yeah. König 9.
Looks like the champagne is already on standby here. Is this preordained?
I think Ciccovannu's going to win this, and we're going to keep playing a little bit longer. But let's see. I don't know. I feel like we're not done yet.
Oh my goodness. Jack 9. Bisset jumps in front.
I feel like I understood what he was saying there. Yeah, man. That.
Ciccovannu left to shake his head, but now the developments.
Will Barry Greenstein show up one more time?
Well, it's not just the ace that works, but diamonds as well for Ciccovannu.
Minus the 9 of diamonds, of course, but.
Kom, molim te Allaha, Allaha molim, Allaha molim sve najviše, Allahu pomisli na nas, Allahu pomisli na nas, Allahu pomisli na nas, Allahu pomisli na nas, Allahu samiluj se, Amilu samiluj se.
Here comes the river.
Full house.
Ja man! Ja man!
Emil Bisset is your mini main event champion, and Ciccovannu can do nothing.
So who do we think this gentleman is? Is it his brother? Is it his backer? Or is it just a very excited friend who has no financial interest?
I have some very close friends on Earth.
Yeah.
Without a financial interest, not one of them would be showered with this sort of celebration. No, perhaps I'm a bit jaded this deep into my poker career. But I would need to have 150% of this man for me to be this excited.
But listen, God bless them if they're just friends, because that kind of excitement is genuine and real, and it's fun to see. So
the emotion is oh so pure, and you're absolutely right, Brian. I can't remember the last time, and we've seen some payouts far bigger than this 260,000 euros that this gentleman's going to be taking home, and yet simply cannot recall this degree of elation, and you love to see it.
Yeah, really, really do. Really do. Happy for Emil.
This dude is physically out of breath. He's so excited.
Maybe more happy for his friend even at this point. But nice win. You know, when it got down shorthanded, he showed a willingness to put it on the line and take some chances, and it paid off. And you know, Giacovano played well. I thought he played very well. I liked a lot of his decisions throughout the whole table, but you know, second place.
He deserved better.
Deserve is a tough word in poker, you know, but yeah, he ended up doing okay with second place in chips at the start. He came in second. I would have favored him given the play to win, but
I mean, look at the parlay of just the last two hands alone for him to end up showering.
Yeah, of course.
Is pretty brutal.
You know, a favorite both hands. So
this is why the game appeals to such a broad swath of society. You don't have to be a professional. There isn't any given Sunday element to it. But it is this man's moment here, and that's not the last hug he's going to be getting around these parts. As Emil is well known to the staff here in Razvadov, likes to play in the building.
Congratulations, Mr. Beast.
Thank you.
And not that he's want for additional jewelry, but there's a bracelet headed his way.
Here's his friend again.
He's like, dude, I went to the book. I took 40 to 1 on you for everything I own. You won 260, I won 2.6.
Let's go.
König neu, wieder mit König neu. King 9. Last time King 9.
Das ist Kemal. Kemal, Hand, ich schwöre.
It appears that King 9 is a lucky hand for him.
Genau.
Hey, jetzt hast du es erreicht.
There's a lot of I told you so's that feel like they're being issued over here. I knew it, man.
Yeah.
I told you, remember? At the bar last night after our 7th shot?
We visualized it, and that's why it happened.
Yeah.
These other 9 didn't visualize it, and so the other 8 players. It's what happens when you don't visualize.
Thank you, bro.
I got to tell you that I hope that the bar is stocked, because I suspect that liquor will be flowing. Do they have a club down there at King's? Because you better get a 12-bottle minimum lined up for this man. They are going to go hard.
These gentlemen are about to have a very good time. This crew is celebrating. There will be people just drunk on out-of-line levels very shortly in that crew, and I'm sure wherever they're going, it's going to be a great time.
I'm shocked the guy in the black turtleneck didn't leap all over the rail and just club him in the head with a bottle of Dom, just in some sort of overexcited exuberance, and just begin to bludgeon him incessantly with champagne. Oh, I'm so sorry, brother. Yeah, man.
Or just shake it, and spray it, just blind him temporarily for like 2 minutes. We got to find more people to hug, perhaps some of the dealers or other casino staff.
Yeah. We're not done hugging. Look, I don't know whether or not the Swiss Boxing Commission is something that exists, but We found our Don King in that guy in the black turtleneck. If he can't promote something, I don't know who can.
Yes, he's. I want to. Who is that guy? I'm going to find him. I'm going to bring him.
I'm going to hire
I'm going to
that
pay
guy.
for him to come to my final tables. Because I'll tell you what, if I ever win anything else again, that guy is going to make me feel a lot better about it.
You kidding me?
He's like, wow, if this guy's going to be this happy, like, I need to be at least as happy as him.
Right?
Thank you very much, Andy.
Congratulations, Emma. Let me get out of your way, buddy. Enjoy, enjoy.
He's not sure whether
finally realizing that it isn't his moment, steps away from the photo op.
He's not entirely sure if there should be a photo with Emil without him.
I hope that's a tight shot there. I mean, I feel like we're just going to have that guy in every photo. He's like, okay, now here we go. One with me.
For the real photo.
I really want him to push everyone else away and just be in there alone.
Yeah, alone or just those two.
Emil, if you don't mind, just one, just me.
Just me with the bracelet.
Oh, this guy's great. Everybody needs one of those dudes in his camp.
Wait.
Oh, no,
Wait,
back in.
No.
No, let's make sure.
See, look, he's even almost emotionally. He's in the center now with the double arms around the heads.
Yes,
he's
he
in the
is the
emotional center of. He actually found a way to be in the center of this photo.
Oh, what a heroic moment for that guy. Love to see it, though, honestly. Big beaming smiles on both Brian and I here inside the booth. And what a pleasure it was to deliver coverage of this final table to you. No shortage of excitement emanating from within the King's Resort out in Razvedhav as our champion. Emil Bisset so improbably polishes off the Romanian Marius Ciucovanu with a 1-2 punch. Ciucovanu picking up 164,000.
You know, without being too cynical, I will say seeing genuine celebration is nice. This reminds me of when Charles Oliveira won the lightweight belt, and it was just ran out, was hugging people in the crowd. It's beautiful.
And we're glad to have had you guys with us on behalf of our entire crew here in Las Vegas in the remote commentary booth. And of course, my partner Brian Rast, I'm Ali Najad, saying we hope you'll join us for continuing coverage of the World Series of Poker Europe as the series rolls on. But in the meantime, it is so long from Las Vegas.
Thank you.